the entertainment realm, and we'll start with this big one. Boy Meets World star Danielle Fishel revealed that she was diagnosed with breast cancer. She was speaking on her Pod Meets World podcast and shared that they thankfully caught the disease early, and she's already meeting with multiple doctors and says that she is going to be okay. So we have a couple of clips to play from this. Let's see. This is her revealing the information right here.
I was recently diagnosed with DCIS, which stands for ductal carcinoma in situ, which is a form of breast cancer. It is very, very, very early. It's technically stage 0.
Mm-hmm. So it's stage 0?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, which is wild. So, and she explains how she caught it so early.
All right, here we go.
It would be so easy to say, I don't have time for that. I went to my mammogram last year. I was fine last year. And I didn't. Instead, I was like, yeah, it's time. Got to make that appointment. And they found it so early that I'm going to be fine.
Yeah, she went on to say, if it's time for your appointment, if you've never had an appointment before, you have to get in there. And if you have to find out that you have cancer, find out when it's stage 0 if possible.
I didn't even know stage 0 existed.
Yeah, so stage 0 is abnormal cells in the breast.
Got it. Okay, well, that's hopefully is going to lead them to be able to treat that effectively.
Oh, yeah, her prognosis is very good.
Yeah, there's a new quiz you can take. I actually do this health chat series with Virtua, and we were talking to a breast surgeon.
Surgeon?
Yeah, surgeon. And she was telling us about this quiz that like everybody should take.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll link to it soon. It's going up. But the breakthroughs that they're coming in, I think the same thing happened with Olivia Munn last year.
Right,
too,
yeah.
So there's some big breakthroughs.
All right.
This was sad to see, and I'm sure you guys caught this, but legendary broadcaster Phil Donahue passed away. Television icons are paying tribute to him after the former Phil Donahue show host's death was confirmed on Monday by family spokesperson Oprah Winfrey. Honored him for paving the way for her own success. She said there wouldn't have been an Oprah show without Phil Donahue being the first to prove that daytime talk and women watching should be taken seriously. He was a pioneer, and I'm glad that I got to thank him for it. Rest in peace, Phil.
We had him on the show a couple times with Marlo Thomas, his wife, and it was great.
And what was his thing?
He was
just straightforward?
No, well, he was the one, and it progressed in his show where he went out into the audience and started do that thing, to ask the audience to ask questions.
And it would also, Kathy, it would usually be like one general topic.
Yep.
Yeah.
They would stick on, and he would bounce around the studio. He would literally run from one end of the studio to the other with a microphone and let people get on and ask questions.
Phil Hartman used to do the Phil Donahue impression on SNL, where he'd stick his arm out way far and stick the mic to the person who was asking the question.
He hosted the influential talk show, in which incorporated participation from the studio audience from 1967 to 1996. Oprah has previously said that while Donahue may not have invented talking to people on television, he just did it better than anyone who came before him. And she said all of us who came after Phil Donahue owe him a tremendous debt of gratitude. Katie Couric said on Instagram that she was so sad to hear the news of his passing. Geraldo Rivera said that the loss deeply saddened him. He said that he was a hero, a talk show pioneer who inspired me to try my hand at the genre he invented. What a historic figure. He also added that he was the most important talk show host ever. He said he recognized the daytime TV audience was underserved. He remembered the homemakers and gave them an avenue to the rest of the world. A giant has passed. Ricky Lake shared on Instagram that she was raising a glass in honor of Donahue. Fellow talk show veteran Montel Williams said that Donahue was the godfather of the genre and that he broke barriers with audience participation on pressing issues, setting a standard that many of us strive to live up to. Live with Kelly and Mark, co-host Kelly Ripa posted a photo of herself with her and her husband, Mark Consuelos, with Phil and his wife, Marlo Thomas. And she wrote, good friends are hard to come by and even harder to lose. To a life well lived, we all love you. Sally Jesse Raphael also posted.
They all had careers because of Phil Donahue.
Absolutely. She said he was one of the finest broadcasters in American television. His show changed the way we talked and what we talked about and gave a voice to everyone. If there wasn't Phil Donahue, there would have never been a Sally Jesse Raphael.
He had some incredibly controversial shows, especially considering the time frame he was operating in, what he was doing during daytime talk. You'd be hard-pressed to find shows that heavy at nighttime now.
And he had apparently had a long illness. His family members were surrounded by him when he passed away. So sad news. Sad news. He was always great.
Did he receive a Kennedy
I believe he received the Kennedy Center honor, as well. So some other information to pass along. It's official after dropping the Pitt from her name back in May. Shiloh Jolie Pitt is now legally Shiloh Jolie.
And they're dropping like flies over there.
She moved to drop her dad's name after from her own back in May when she turned 18. She's not the first to do that.
So who's still on Team Pitt?
So we have Zahara Marley Jolie Pitt was first adopted by Angelina in July 2005, and then Brad in early 2006, and appeared to also drop the Pitt from her last name, at least informally, during a sorority event back in November. Vivienne Jolie Pitt was listed simply as Vivienne Jolie in the playbill for Broadway's The Outsiders earlier this year, where she worked as a production assistant. So I don't think anybody has legally done it except for Shiloh at this point.
So they've all taken the last name Donahue in honor of
in honor of Phil Donahue passing.
Yeah.
What a wonderful tribute.
Shiloh Donahue.
So,
why are you doing that?
This was unsettling to see. Veteran actor and frequent cast member in the Quentin Tarantino cinematic universe has been arrested and charged. Michael Madsen.
Yeah.
Misdemeanor domestic battery.
He's had some issues.
He does. The arrest occurred Saturday morning after an altercation with his wife, Deanna. Bail was set at $20,000. Madsen's reps confirmed that the actor has returned home, adding in a statement it was a disagreement between Michael and his wife, which we hope resolves positively for them both. Madsen and wife Deanna have been married since 1996.
And the guy just sort of projects, he's a gruff kind of guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he spends a lot of time at home working with succulents, Kathy. He's just that gruff sort of person.
But I know he's been in trouble before.
He's had something like this before.
But has it been the wife? With the wife, do we know? I don't remember offhand.
That I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I remember seeing his name a couple of times with, having to be detained and so on.
He was arrested once for dancing with a horse. I know that.
Oh, my God, with a
Charges
horse?
were dropped, yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, they were able to cover that up.
They thought it was too aggressive a charge. Yeah.
Okay. After competing in the Olympics, the USA women's water polo team, along with their hype man and sponsor Flavor Flav, headed to Las Vegas for some celebration.
Man, if you're going to go to Vegas, do it with Flavor Flav.
The team, including stars Maggie Steffens and Rachel Fatal, arrived from Paris, where they finished fourth and immediately hit the town. Their night out included dinner at Fuhu and dancing at Zouk nightclub and Resorts World.
From Fuhu to Zouk?
Yeah, man, they did them both
Wow.
that night. Yeah. Where they enjoyed VIP treatment and a patriotic American flag display.
I wonder, so Vegas, obviously, we've all done Vegas. I wonder, I've never done Vegas at like that mega whale level. I'd love to see what that experience would be like. Where there's the city and then there's sort of the above whale, flies in on private jet.
Yeah.
Gets the town that way.
Yeah.
I'd like to see what that is like.
I think we'd all like to see what
Yeah.
Anyone can help us see that?
Yeah, please. You can help. But do they have, listen, Atlantic City is a whole different vibe. And not nearly the size or intensity of Las Vegas. But
Yes, it is.
Is it?
No. There's a line that Drew Carey has where it's the different tourism bureaus where you welcome to Vegas, have a great time, and then the Atlantic City one was Atlantic City. F you, give us your money.
Well, there is, and there was. It was a much bigger production or group of people or whatever in Atlantic City back in the day. It did used to. I don't know that it was the extent of Vegas, but there was
They
a
put
higher
the polish on it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I believe that there are high rollers for sure, and that people have a whole lot of money and get these amazing amenities and cool things. But there's so much more.
Yeah,
I think
Vegas.
what I'm thinking is they could benefit by allowing tours of what, now and then to let you see, to take a peek into what goes on,
Like the rooms, like there's clubs.
Yeah, I would like to see that crap.
Yeah, like there's a couple of clubs in Atlantic City, but in Vegas, there's numerous with different levels.
Despite not winning a medal, Flavor Flav expressed his pride in the team's achievements. Steffens has previously mentioned the team's appreciation for Flav's support as their hype man, a sentiment that remains strong. I actually, I didn't watch a whole lot of the Olympics, but I did see, I stumbled across it, the the women's water polo team. I saw them get knocked out.
Yeah.
I did watch that, like the last half of that match, and I was bummed because it was Flava Flav's.
Yes.
I wanted to see that happen. Plus, I wanted to see them those gals win.
But now he can now turn more of his attention to Chili's again, correct?
Red Lobster.
Red Lobster. Yeah.
Less than 3 months after her traumatic fall from 5 stories that left her near death, When Calls the Heart actress Mamie Laverock has left the hospital, and there's still a very long road ahead for her. Responding to a comment from fans, the account said she is still severely injured, but we will take care of her privately. She needed to be at home. So happy for her that she made it this far. Next chapter, it's a blessing to have her home.
Did they ever determine how she's in a hospital and she ends up falling that distance?
Yeah, I don't know. But she was left in critical condition after falling 5 stories from a hospital balcony. That was back in May. She's lucky to be alive, and I'm curious as to what condition she's going to be in from here on out. This was interesting to see. Drake Bell may have had a traumatic time on Nickelodeon, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have love for the shows that fans know him for. In a recent interview, Bell revealed that he and longtime co-star Josh Peck have discussed a possible Drake and Josh reboot. And apparently the holdup has been about timing. He said, I would love to do it. We've talked about it. But I also didn't want to do it when everyone was doing the reboots. And if we're going to do something, it should be more special. Let's hit him with a bang instead of, another reboot.
Was the Drake and Josh stuff on your TV with the kids?
Very much so.
When they were kids, I should say.
While fans would be thrilled seeing the two actors together again, Bell explains it may not be exactly the same. He said, I don't think I would do us playing the characters from the show or having our sister Meg, who is Miranda Cosgrove. He said, I think luckily for us, it's our names, so we can still play Drake and Josh.
I think it'd be cool to see them at liver spots.
He said, but I think it'd be funnier if we go on to doing other buddy comedies, something that is kind of a surprise, a little different, and it would be more interesting. So that could possibly have a future to it.
Take it out for a spin, see what happens.
Mm-hmm. The Batgirl movie from Warner Brothers was axed 2 years ago, despite apparently being almost fully complete. Fans of the DC universe were upset when they heard the news, and many have posted online over the last 2 years wondering, what they were missing since the film was axed for tax purposes. Well, now that those fans, those fans have one more thing that they can be sad about. Michael Keaton apparently doesn't care that the movie got the axe. He had come back to play Batman in the movie, just like he came back to play Batman in The Flash in 2023. And he was telling in an interview, GQ, he said, I didn't care one way or another. He said, big, fun, nice check. And he did say that he feels bad for the director of the movie, though. He said, I pull for them. I want them to succeed. And I think they felt very badly, and that made me feel bad. But me, I'm good.
But I don't really care.
He got paid, man.
He did. Two movies. Now, the budget for the Batgirl movie was supposed to be around $100 million. And Brendan Fraser, fresh off his Oscar win, was the villain. And they just shelved it.
Yeah, yep. So never to be seen, but Michael Keaton, in case you were wondering.
Still got paid.
He got paid.
What do you guys think of The Flash?
There were parts of it I liked, and other parts of it got a little bit way over the top, really.
Yeah.
But
like the first 2/3 of it, I thought was really good.
The Michael Keaton was fantastic in it.
His Batman stuff was terrific, and there were. I loved Supergirl. I thought she was terrific.
Yeah.
I think I agree with you. There was a lot of stuff that just looked terrible.
Yeah.
But in general, there was a lot I liked about it.
Yeah.
But I mean, that whole sequence where they're depicting the going through the different the Speed Force and the different time areas and the bubbles, the animation on some of those just looks horrible.
Yeah, it was too fake.
Too fake.
Yeah, and they threw too much in there.
He's pretty much done, right? Ezra Miller. Like, is there any coming back for that guy?
I mean, you're talking about predating on young women and all his other stuff and the freakouts, and there's going to be a long road ahead if he's going to reclaim any sort of career.
Millie Bobby Brown, she's working with Netflix on an adaptation of her debut novel called 19 Steps. The book follows a young woman's life in East London during World War II. She is expected to produce the movie as well and may also star in it. She's a force to be reckoned with. I think she's destined for great things. Stranger Things, of course, is expected to drop its final episodes next year.
So the graphics for the new season of the final, or 2 seasons, they're splitting them up, of Stranger Things. Does it have an actual, I've seen graphics pop up that say, like, Bed Bath & Beyond, and I'm like, that cannot be.
I haven't seen any of this. I don't know.
Has anyone seen, Nick, have you seen? Okay.
What? So meaning that Bed Bath & Beyond
The same way, like,
exists?
the mall, there was I'm trying to figure it out. To me, it seems like they're just co-opting the design of the Stranger Things logo. I don't know, but I'm like, but then again, they're kind of creative and play with stuff like that. Would they do something like that?
Don't know.
Can someone help me?
They're selling a Funko Pop of 11 at Bed Bath & Beyond.
There we go.
So maybe that's
got to be what it is, rat bastards.
There were apparently, we knew this, a lot of emotions portrayed in Inside Out 2, but one emotion that didn't make the cut was shame. And yesterday, a deleted storyboard scene was released where shame makes an appearance in a scene where Riley joins some older teams in a game of Never Have I Ever. Things start to go badly, and shame and anxiety both kick it into high gear.
Who was the voice of shame?
There wasn't a shame.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just in this.
The storyboards?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, there wasn't.
No. Director Kelsey Mann explains, or wait, no.
Wait, hold on.
There was embarrassment, right? And is that different than shame? Yeah, I think so. Director Kelsey Mann explains they're kind of this of a pair in this one. And we got drawn into this idea of Riley's shame getting out of control, causing a storm. There's an element here that is still in the final film. But rather than a shame spiral, we ended up really making it about anxiety. So there are some other, if you would like to see some extras that have come out from the movie since then, they're available and you can find them real quick.
There was anxiety and embarrassment.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess shame was, some of those kind of blur
Blend.
together.
It kind of blend, yeah. And so that movie is now in the $1 billion club, is it not? It's close over, yeah.
Yeah. Chaos, the trailer, has dropped. The first full trailer for the Netflix series Chaos. The series stars Jeff Goldblum as Zeus, the Greek god, who tries to keep his hold over mortals, trying to thwart his plans as well as his family of fellow gods with their own agendas. That is going to premiere on Netflix on August 29th. I did not get a chance to see the trailer.
Neither did I, no.
Here's some other things. Bridgerton fans will be happy to hear the news that their favorite series is almost ready to start filming again.
Ooh.
Originally scheduled to start filming in early summer, the latest production list for the series now indicates that cameras will start to roll for season 4 in September and will continue into next April. If past history is any indication, that puts the premiere of season 4 on Netflix in 2026.
You're on board for that, Kathy?
Yeah, and I think I thought they said that the focus would be on the other brother of the Bridgerton family.
Okay, for season 4?
Yeah, which they had kind of like well, I don't want to give anything away, but his sex scene in the last season is probably going to spearhead this, would be my guess.
No pun intended.
None. So, Love Island USA with the season 6 reunion airing last night, and I know we all stayed up late to watch that. The show's producers are pleading with fans to be gentle on social media.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah, sure.
In a post, they wrote, "The cast are all part of the Love Island USA fam now. And while we love your passion for them, we ask that you always choose to be kind. Let's lift them up and spread the love."
You know that when you ask for something on social media, you get exactly what you asked for and never the complete opposite reaction.
Oh, yeah.
They wrote, "Enjoy the reunion and see you in Fiji next summer. Over-invested fans have been a blessing and a curse for the reality show cast. And the LIUSA crew is hoping to get in front of the problem." So they're trying to to cut it off.
Don't be mean.
Yeah, try. Good luck with that. Netflix, the anime adaptation of Tomb Raider, The Legend of Lara Croft, has its first teaser trailer. It stars the voices of Haley Atwell. She's going to be Lara Croft.
Oh, that, yep.
Perfect for her. Ellen Maldonado and Earl Balin, and it premieres on October 10th. So if you would like to see that, it is available.
Hell, I'd like to see Haley Atwell as a live action.
Yes. And then one last thing. Disney Plus has revealed that Star Wars The Acolyte will not be renewed for a second season. While the series scored well with critics, the Star Wars fan base was divided on the show. Did you watch that, Nick?
I did, yeah.
Where did you stand?
It's okay. I'm not sad that there's not going to be season 2 of it. I will say this about The Acolyte. It had the best choreographed lightsaber fights I've seen, maybe in the history of Star Wars stuff. They did like the pulley system, what they did in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah.
And so they had really good practical effects and really cool lightsaber fights. But it's just as far as like advancing the Star Wars story or whatever, I don't know. It didn't do much for me.
So the division was reflected in viewership numbers, while the excitement of a new Star Wars franchise kickstarted the series to huge numbers of ratings. It eroded as the show's run went on, dropping out of the Nielsen's top 10 by week 3 and only returning at number 10 for the show's finale.
So by my estimation, and Nick, maybe you'll echo this, Endor.
Andor is the best Star Wars since Empire Strikes Back. It's so good.
And the Mandalorian seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah, Mandalorian's okay. Steve, season 3 started to fall off.
Horrible.
For me, and I didn't. But I'm a sucker for it. I'll watch all of it. But Andor, they're going to do season 2, and that's sort of like what happens in the build up to the Death Star. So I'm enjoying that.
All right, and then quickly before we do the clips, Midge wants to comment. She works at Bath and Beyond, Bed Bath and Body Works. Or is it Bed Bath & Beyond?
That's two different stores, Bed Bath & Beyond or Bath & Body Works.
All right, well, we'll find out. Hi, Midge. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Preston?
Good. Good. Where do you work, Midge?
I work at Bath and Body Works.
Bath and Body Works.
And are you doing something with Stranger Things?
We're doing a collaboration. It all started, we did a collaboration with Bridgerton back in the spring, and now we're doing one with Stranger Things coming up to promote the show and promote some great products at our store.
Okay. So I thought that was... I thought the new season was centered around Bath and Body Works, but this...
I know, it sounds crazy.
Yeah,
but that's what we're doing.
All right.
So we're looking at some of the products, and you have Kathy. They have scented candles.
I'm out on that.
Kathy hates scented candles, but they have 11's waffles. That would be pretty good.
Yeah.
Argyle's pineapple pizza. Somebody's coffee. I don't know what that says.
Hoppers?
Hoppers coffee and Steve's Scoops. That's pretty fun. I like that. All right, Midge, appreciate it. Good luck with everything.
Have a great day, guys.
All right, you too. Gadzooks. All right, we are ready for some clips. Let's do this now. The science fiction action thriller Agent Recon is more than just a movie for star Mark Singer. It was a dream come true, and here Mark explains it.
What it means to me is the fulfillment of a search of over a decade for this particular character. And Derek has created this, Derek Ting, our director, our auteur, that it is a fulfillment for me of a quest to put on film a personality that most clearly reflects, if not all, at least many of my salient features.
Shut up, dummy.
Is that Beastmaster, Mark Summer?
Mark Singer.
Mark Singer?
I thought the same thing. Could that be?
I don't
I
know.
mean, that would be it'd be a mind F if Beastmaster is in a new series.
Nick, can you look
Mark
up?
Singer.
See if he is starring in Agent Recon.
Yep.
No way!
Yeah, it's Colonel Green is his name. on the show,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay.
That was a very stilted delivery.
Yes. It was kind of choppy.
Well, I think
Yeah.
there was somebody standing across from them holding up flashcards.
Say this,
Then
this,
that,
this,
then this, then that.
and then that.
Well, he's
Good.
probably, I wonder how old he is now.
He's got to be. I'd put him in his
Early
70s.
70s? Yeah.
76.
Yeah. 76?
Yeah.
Wow.
is
All
this?
right. Well, good on him. Agent Recon is streaming now, by the way. All right. Next clip. Here we go. Drum roll, please. Thank you. It's all right. Marissa's filling in for Casey, by the way. Zach Braff appears as Israel Opeel in the new murder mystery comedy series Bad Monkey. And here Zach gives a peek into his character.
He's a guy who makes one bad decision and it leads him to keep making bad decisions, and then he's kind of painted into a corner. And you don't want to get painted into a corner with murderers around.
New episode of Bad Monkey streams today on Apple Plus. Steve and Nick both give it full thumbs up.
Love it. I think you're going to love it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's and again, Vince Vaughn hasn't been in anything as suited for his abilities in a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, and also a deep cast of interesting characters.
So right now there's a new episode today. So 3 episodes out so far.
This will be the third.
Half-hour episodes or hour long?
About an hour.
All right,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, and I like the fact that it's not all of the show all at once.
They're rolling it out.
They roll it out. Yeah, they pace it.
Any idea how many episodes in the
I
season?
think 8 or 10.
Okay.
But yeah, it's Carl Hyacin book. I love Carl Hyacin. He always writes about Florida. He writes about the Keys quite a bit, and it's complicated characters, as Steve was saying. And there's definitely bad guys in there too.
By the way, the Keys have never looked better. Yeah, it's just beautifully. I mean, it's just wonderful to watch.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's it for the Entertainment Report, gang. We are happy to be hanging out with you this morning. We'll take a quick break, come back, run down some of our agenda for the day and the things that we have set up for you. Stay put. We'll return in just a moment. Let's dive into the entertainment news. I'm sure you heard about this, but it's a big announcement. Princess Kate and Prince William are expecting their third child together. It is official. Kensington Palace confirmed on Monday that they are already, of course, they are already the parents to Prince George IV, and who is 4. I'm sorry, not the 4th. Prince George is 4.
How did you pull that one off?
And Princess Charlotte, who
I
is
ricocheted off the ceiling.
Who is 2. The Royal Highness, here's the official announcement from Kensington Palace. It said, Their Royal Highness, says, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are very pleased to announce that the Duchess of Cambridge is expecting their third child,
Harry the Fourth,
the Queen and
of
member
England,
of
and
both
members of Parliament, in conjunction with the Benny Hill estate.
They got
of both families are delighted
and
with
Ringo.
the news.
What?
Ringo and Betty Hill. Stepping up.
Fish and chips, fox hunts, and the
Tallywhacker.
tallywhacker.
So Kate is again facing an acute form of morning sickness. Sometimes she had grappled with during her first 2 pregnancies.
It's
Yeah.
completely debilitating. Do they have the name of it there? It's
Yeah, it's called hypermesis gravidarum.
right. So she's her level of nausea and everything is off the charts.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah.
But she had it with each
Yeah,
kid.
yeah, exactly. So she actually canceled an appearance Monday morning due to the illness. And they had said that in a statement, as with her previous 2 pregnancies, the Duchess is suffering from hypermesis gravidarum. Her Royal Highness will no longer carry out her planned engagement at the Hornsey Road Children's Centre in London today. The 35-year-old royal is expected less than 3 months, is reportedly, less than 3 months pregnant. And they only went public with the information because of how sick she is.
Are you okay in there, sweetheart? Would you like some milk of magnesia?
The prince recently discussed Kate's
It
parents.
seems to be in a bad way.
The prince recently discussed Kate's parenting skills in glowing terms and admitted that there are good days and bad days for every parent. He had said, as the other parents in the room will testify, there's wonderful highs and there's wonderful lows. It's been quite a change for me personally. I'm very lucky in the support I have from Catherine. She's an amazing... She's an amazing mother and a fantastic wife. Love between a man and a woman is a beautiful thing.
Especially if it's on video.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't you agree? Yeah.
I'd have to agree with you on that. And as wonderful as expressing that love through human touch and well, getting it on. I'm
Right.
being nice because Bill's here this morning.
I know.
All right. This is about sex.
Yeah.
The withdrawal method.
Okay, where you go to the bank and you take everything out in one shot.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
No, also known as the pull-out method.
Yeah.
Is being used by twice as many men as a decade earlier. Is a form of birth control.
Yeah. It is the most. It is a risky proposition.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Absolutely.
That's I don't know if that's not good news.
Listen to this. While 10% of unmarried men between the ages of 15 and 44 used this form of birth control in 2002, that number jumped to 19% in 2015, according to the Center for Disease Control. Yeah, but the use of condoms is on the rise, but still only a third of men wear them.
In my condom days, my brand, purchasable at the local mobile station, Bareback.
Bareback?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Wow. I was a Trojan guy.
Trojan guy.
I went with the most popular product.
Trojan brand.
That's right.
Do they still have the machines in men's bathrooms? I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah. Well, the dispensers you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I on the weekends I work as a lot lizard.
It's good to know that those are there.
Yeah. You sure you're a woman? Yeah.
I have on rare occasions seen them before, Case.
That's where I saw them for the first time as a child. There was a bar across the street from our swim club.
Go buy Daddy some condoms.
And no, but I didn't know what condoms were. I just knew that they had a machine there.
Yep.
And so I went over there. I bought some out of there. I bought a French tickler and a regular one.
I was going to ask if they had French ticklers or not. Yeah.
And then I brought it back to the pool and I inflated them like they were balloons.
Of course.
And there was like an adult who was like, dude, what are you doing? I'm like,
What is that?
Give me your little
Want to have a pool party? I've been waiting for you. This is a dream come true.
According to Planned Parenthood, about 27 of 100 women will get pregnant with her partner when her partner uses the withdrawal as control. Comparatively, only about 9 out of every 100 women on a contraceptive pill will become pregnant in a year.
Have you ever seen just one fireman on a hose? That's kind of what I'm like. So with the whole withdrawal thing, like I have no control.
Okay.
Yeah.
You probably took it one level into the uncomfortable Bill area.
Yeah.
About exactly how you discharge.
Dude. Okay. We're going to move along now to something else.
So we do support our local firefighters.
Of course. But we had 4 listeners come in. We had Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, because we've been talking about the movie It, which is opening on Friday. I'm going to go see it on Saturday. I already got my tickets. I'm ready.
I'm seeing it Friday.
All right. So what we did is we took these 4 listeners, Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, and we put them in another room with Dr. Steven Rosenberg, Philadelphia's #1 hypnotist, the Thor of hypnosis.
The Thor. He's been referred to quite often as the Thor of hypnosis.
But I want to, it's going to take a minute, but they're in the other room. I want to bring our listeners in.
Aren't you?
And we're going to have them meet some people.
Meet some people. Aren't you pulling for him?
Yeah. I think it would be awesome.
It'd be so cool.
Yeah, if they were able to get past their fears. But we are going to set the stage here. They're making their way in now. There's Kat, and here
Mel looks
comes
scared.
Mel. Mel doesn't look happy. And you have Victoria. She was the most scared. And Frank is wearing his glasses. He's got a vision issue, so we can't quite read him from his eyes. So why don't you guys come on over to the microphones over here. And first of all, let's see how you're feeling. Kat, you were the first one in. How you feeling after that session with Dr. Rosenberg?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay.
I'm more relaxed, more
All right.
calm.
Good.
Yeah. It was definitely calming. And
Okay.
But
now what you may learn is that from now on you're going to smoke. No.
Yeah, that's they replace
the
your
one
clown with
trade-off.
smoking.
Yeah.
Mel,
Replace your clown fear with the desire to smoke.
Mel, you looked really nervous when you walked in here. Is it the fact that we have the room decorated with balloons and circus fair? Does that bother you at all?
Yeah. Actually, it's bothered me quite a bit.
Oh, really?
I was really relaxed until I saw the balloons and the big tent behind me.
Then let's go to Victoria. Hello there, Victoria. How you doing?
Shaking.
Okay.
All right, and then last, let's talk to Frank. How do you feel? What did you think of the session? Did it resonate with you at all?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. Well, what would you just? So you just don't like clowns?
Correct.
We have some clowns here. Okay,
Right.
and what we're not gonna have people screaming and yelling and running in and going crazy or anything like that.
No.
We just wanted to get your initial reaction when we bring a clown into the studio. Mel is already. You look like you've gone into. You're staring off into
white.
the distance.
This should be fun.
Mel,
Yeah.
you okay?
Yeah, I'll be good.
Mel's crying, guys.
Yeah, I don't think
Mel.
we should ever.
Mel, do you want to take a seat, Mel? Are you good? Okay. All right.
All right, so this is a heavy metal version of Send in the Clowns. We're bringing in our first clown. This is Cheeks, by the way.
Cheeks is a female clown.
Yeah, so Cheeks is coming. Cheeks, just stay over by Nick. Don't get any closer.
Mel, how you look? Cheeks is fairly pleasant, right?
Cheeks is good.
Okay.
Cheeks is good.
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
What?
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
My other past instances have kind of been fight or flight, so I've just run.
Okay.
All right,
Well,
so
you're
this
doing
is good.
great.
This is good. This is
Doing
good.
well.
Kat, you're not looking at her.
No, she's not looking at all.
I don't like the black lipstick. It's
The black lipstick.
yeah.
Victoria is not looking at her either. She's just to her left.
And you're doing okay.
You should feel my pulse, because my pulse isn't doing okay.
Okay, but
Can you look at her?
No, I'm good.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
You don't want to look at her? Because, okay, so we've gone to, this was the easiest level, by the way. We're going to bring it up just a notch. Let's bring in Grin next, please.
Grin.
Connor, let Grin come into the studio. Now, be nice, Grin. Come on in. All right, here. Oh, my God.
Hey, here's Grin.
He's horrible. Victoria's crying now.
Victoria crying?
She is.
Yeah, she is. Okay.
Frank, how you doing?
If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have enough money for bail, I'm okay.
It's wild that his reaction is to
Attack.
I can see that, though.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to bring in our last clown, and we'll do this quickly, and then we'll get them out of here because I think it's getting to be too much.
Yeah,
for these
and get
guys.
the
So
assessment. All right,
let's
other
bring
clowns, step
Carnage.
back.
Let's bring Carnage in. Carnage is he's the head honcho, and he is not only is he wearing the bib overalls, but he also has a chicken hanging around his neck, which he was squeaking. And Carnage, come on over to the microphone. How you doing, man?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good. It's good to see you as always, sir. It's kind of tough to miss these guys when they
No,
show
they're
up.
awesome.
Yes.
And they're believe it or not, at the camp, a lot of times kids will come up to them because they think they're so cool. So you guys hearing them speak in normal voices, does that make a difference?
Yeah, no, I'd say definitely hearing them talk is one thing, and just physically seeing them and hearing like sound effects is another. So that horn like triggered me.
Oh my God, Carnage is leaning in towards her.
She is.
Oh, he's handing her a bloody rag. That's probably not a good idea.
All right.
And then, Kat, how are you doing now?
Yeah, seeing them just walk in was it made your heart race and stomach drop. And
As
then,
I was speaking about the MMRBQ, keep in mind that we have the live band karaoke on the Preston and Steve Show side stage taking place again. Our backing band will be Musician Impossible.
Cool.
And you can quite possibly end up on stage singing in front of the crowd. Here's how you do it. You have to audition for a slot. Contest at WMMR.com. Go there. You can submit a YouTube video link of you singing. Now, it's quick because the deadline is Friday, this Friday. Voting starts the following week, and there will be 10 singers chosen, and each person gets a 4-pack of MMRBQ tickets as well. So, if it's not you, but let's say you know somebody who should be doing this, make sure you let them know about it.
What if you're on stage and you're performing and some high-powered music exec happens to spot you and say, you are the next superstar? It could happen. It won't, but it could.
Right. It won't, but
it could.
It very well could.
Yeah.
So-
In a completely absurd way that won't happen, it could happen.
Get signed up right now for that. I saw this interesting story. I wanted to pass this along to you guys. There's a ball player, plays for the Yankees, Alex Verdugo. Are you familiar with him, Nick?
Yeah, but only because of this story.
Yeah, so he was apparently he was supposedly going to be doing great things, but he's had a tough time, and he's had an issue with this for a little while, and they recently figured out what the problem was. Apparently, he has an allergy to the materials in his batting gloves.
What?
And it causes blisters and rashes on him.
Wow.
What are the friggin' odds?
Yeah. So this is, and this is affecting his hands, which obviously you need to have in top shape if you want to be playing at that elite level. So the Yankees medical team finally identified the issue and explained that the chemicals used in the leather curing and dyeing process for the batting gloves are causing the issues. How obscure?
It'd be like you finding out you had an allergy to whatever they seal the golf tees in.
Yeah,
Or the microphone.
Or the grips or the microphone, yeah.
Right? The microphone that's at your face. Well, at least they know what it is now, and I'm sure they can get him some alternative glove.
It also says here,
He's going to use lettuce leaves.
This is interesting. It says some doctors even suggested that Verdugo's tattoos may increase his allergic reactions due to the metal in the ink.
What the hell's going on?
Despite the challenges, he tapes his hands and fingers for every game to calm down the pain. Although relief is limited, particularly during hot, sweaty games. The glove manufacturer, Franklin, is working on developing non-allergenic gloves. But for now, he's got to play through the pain.
That's pretty wild. And he has a huge tattoo. It's of the Preston and Steve Show on Mount Rushmore on his back.
I thought he had the monkey on his nipples. That's not him?
So
This is crazy.
I wanted to throw this out to those who may have allergy issues. If some kind of bizarre allergy, like
they're out there,
like you never would have in your life even realize that there was an allergy to whatever it is you're allergic to and how you found out about it. 215-263-WMMR. Give us a call.
So, Kathy, you've gone through a lot of testing for different things. Was a lot of that allergy based when you had that?
I mean,
you had like the 90.
Well, yeah, that was like.
What was that again? Explain what happened.
That was the patch test, and they put these patches on your back, and yeah, there was some ridiculous number, 60 or 90 of them, or something.
And they're
like
looking
that.
for what you're allergic to.
Yeah,
right?
so they leave them on. I think it was for like 4 or 5 days, and then you go back and they peel them off, and they see what if you had a reaction to anything.
Did they ever consider batting gloves?
No, but you know what? Like, at least they know, because a lot of people, and even with mine, it's like they suspected certain things and what was happening. My eyes were swelling up. That was the problem, and it still occasionally will happen. It'll be, and I'll feel it. Like I feel it come on, and I'm like, oh my gosh,
cut me, Mick.
This is happening.
Yeah,
and so there are things that I know that I'm allergic to, which I have to stay away from.
Is it nightshades?
Well, yeah, that's one of them. Yes, the nightshade vegetables. But I mean, the fact that they know that it's the glove and it's what the glove is made of is like, because some people will go through this and they'll never know.
And it can be something like that, a fabric or some sort of chemical
And
used. Like in a wood varnish or something that will set someone off.
Yeah, you're right, and you're not always allergic to it. Like sometimes, as your body changes, all of a sudden. So he's probably been playing baseball for a really long time and has used gloves, and now all of a sudden he's allergic to it.
My allergies kicked in after my first period. And then,
well, it's a transitional time, yeah.
I shared this story with you guys before, but my dad grew up loving riding horses, and he went on a horseback riding expedition in Palm Springs, and they gave him the fastest horse that was in the lot, and he went out.
Tornado.
In the desert. No, it was lightning.
Lightning.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so they're riding, and him and a bunch of friends are out in the desert, and all of a sudden he started sneezing, and his eyes swole shut, and it was just like, He learned on that horseback riding experience that he was allergic to horses.
Wow.
I think you're allergic to me, Mr. McElroy.
But that's the thing about allergies, is that they can change over time. Like he never had it when he was a kid. He never had it as a teenager. And then as an adult, 30 some odd years later, that's when he figured out that he was allergic to horses.
Parker is allergic to horses.
Is he really?
Yeah. And we found out. So we were taking a tour in Lexington, Kentucky. And we were going to these horse farms, and we went to this one where Secretariat was sired. And it was used as a sire and all that. And so they bring out these couple of horses, and one of them was a Breeders' Cup winner, and that is a big deal. This is a multi-million-dollar horse. And so we're taking pictures with this incredibly championship horse, and within like 30 minutes, Parker had this gigantic rash down his neck and all on his hands and arms.
Was he sneezing?
No, but it was a rash. It hurt too. And so we found out from there on out that he has a high allergy to horses.
I wonder, so a lot of times it will be, so I know that whatever they use to clean the horses, or sometimes that can be, so to your point, Kathy, is it the horse itself? Is it the way they clean the horses? And
a lot with, at least I know for cats, is it's the saliva that you're allergic to. It's not their fur.
So some odd ones. Let's hear. This guy's batting gloves that he's allergic to.
And he's a baseball player.
215-263-WMMR. This one sounds interesting. Let me go to Jeremy. Hi, Jeremy. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up, bud?
So after a long weekend of partying in the summer, my wife developed a rash around her lips.
Okay.
Around her hand, and on the inside of her thigh.
Okay.
Oh my God,
dude!
Needless to say, there was some suspicions going on in the house.
Dude, that's every area your penis wants to be.
Correct. And I know my penis wasn't in those areas.
Dude, that is. So what happened?
After a long investigation at Sloan Kettering and dermatology experts, the doctor realized that she was partying on a boat. The doctor asked if she was drinking Coronas by any chance, and she said yes. And they determined that she's allergic to the skin of a lime.
So you go all the way to you're Sloan Kettering. I mean, it's serious. You guys are on. Need to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah. I mean, she was going there for other reasons, but they had a dermatologist there as well. And, the skin of a lime is on the outside of a bottle, holding the bottle of Corona while she's drinking it, holding the bottle on the inside of her thigh while she's eating.
Between her legs, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, and it all makes sense. So
how did it end up on her butt?
So Jeremy, now, and that's all that they found out that she was allergic to?
That's it.
Man, and it's something that you literally have to Sherlock Holmes the thing to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took a long time to figure it out.
Wow, that is interesting.
Well, I'm glad
All
you
right.
figured it out. Your penis must have breathed a sigh of relief.
Yeah, he was very happy. He could get back to work.
Jeremy told us to drink Pacifico from here on, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, man. We'll see you later. Wow, what a weird
that's crazy.
weird thing to find out.
Yeah.
This one sounds really interesting, too. I will go to James. Hi, James. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good, James. What's happening, bud?
So I'm allergic to caterpillars.
Caterpillars.
Yeah.
All right. And how'd you find this out?
I was a young kid, like 4 to 6, somewhere in there. And what happened was my throat like closed up like really rapidly, and I had trouble breathing. So my parents had to rush me to the ER. And when the doctor was asking about like new allergens in the house, like pets, my parents said no, because at the time we've had the same like 3 dogs for my whole life at that point. And of course I chimed in saying, I have my new friends in the basement.
My new friends in the basement.
And my parents are like, what are you talking about? We have no new animals. I said, the caterpillars. So when we got home, my parents went down to the basement, and I had taken a fish aquarium and captured like 50 or 60 caterpillars and kept them in the basement. And basically the large amount of them, because I was like playing with them every day, they released spores, and I was breathing it in, and that's what caused me to cause my throat to close up.
That's crazy.
And so I've avoided caterpillars my whole life since then, because I don't want to die, which is bad.
Yeah, most doctors recommend against it.
Yeah, most are against it, 9 out of 10. Recently, my son, his aunt bought him a grow your own butterfly thing.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
It was only like 4 or 5 of them, and my wife forgot that I was allergic and said it was okay. So I was like, all right, let's just see how this goes. Sometimes you grow out of things, and that would just make more sense. Well, I didn't. It wasn't as bad, but after a couple of days of the caterpillars being in the house and me putting him to bed, we kept him in his room because I had to be out of sunlight.
That's crazy.
My throat started to tighten up a little bit and get scratchy.
No kidding.
So I'm still pretty allergic to caterpillars.
Wow. So you had this fish tank full of 50 to 60 caterpillars. You were going down and breathing these spores as a kid, and that kicked it in.
Yep.
This blows me away too, James. That just having 4 or 5 in some type of a container in a bedroom, just being in that environment is enough for you to have a reaction to it.
Yep.
Wow.
And I'd be in his room. I mean, in his room for bedtime, probably maybe 20 minutes at nap and 20 minutes at bedtime, and then just them being in the house. It took a couple days to circulate through the HVAC system, and then it's in the whole house.
So it's very profound. Do you think you could use Caterpillar construction equipment?
I don't know. I don't want to risk it.
Don't risk it. Yeah, I don't blame you. All right, thank you, James. Wow, that's a weird one.
That's crazy.
Here's a text that says, not rare, but kind of neat. One of my cats is allergic to cats, including being allergic to himself.
Wait, what?
His eyes are constantly watering, and it's like he has a nonstop cold. Thankfully, the allergy isn't dangerous. It's just inconvenient for him. A cat who has an allergy to cats.
That's terrible.
There are people, at least I recall all these bizarre, anomalous stories that you hear, that they are allergic to other people.
Yes.
Specific other people.
Yeah.
And that can happen.
Hang on a second. Paul's been on hold for a while. Let me go to him. Hi, Paul. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, buddy. All right, we're talking about very strange allergies. What do you got for us?
So my 18-month-old daughter, we found out, is allergic to garlic.
Garlic?
She's a vampire.
Yeah.
She is, exactly. Yeah, she has a number of food allergies, and garlic was the weirdest one. When I put garlic powder on her chicken that I made her one day, and she went full anaphylactic.
Oh my God!
We had to go to the ER, and yeah, it was a good time.
Wow.
Take 2 caterpillars and call me in the morning.
Are you guys still, I mean, at 18 months, are you still very cautious about what you give her, that she hasn't had before on the off chance that she might be allergic to it?
Yeah, we found out about a year ago now that she was allergic, and the problem you have now is not only is garlic's not a top 8 allergen, so it's not listed on anything.
Yes, that's a question I was going to ask. How when you go out to a restaurant, because garlic can work its way into food, it's not readily apparent. So
you have to you have to ask, and you have to tell them. And the restaurants are pretty good, don't you think, Paul?
It depends. We basically just don't go out to eat with her a whole lot. And if we do, we kind of pack her a meal, pack her a lunchbox, because it's not worth a trip.
You never take her to the restaurant Garlic World, of course.
Yeah.
Man,
the hard part too is like garlic can be in natural flavors, which is listed on almost everything. So like I think my wife was trying to buy frosting for a birthday cake, and it had natural flavors in there.
Oh wow.
And it probably doesn't have garlic, but there's really no way of knowing. So you just kind of have to say, okay. Or you got to call every manufacturer.
Man, wow. Well, you got to do it. You can't have that kind of reaction.
Paul, are you guys going to try to go through a desensitization program for her allergies down the road?
Yeah, we're currently at CHOP going through their protocols and everything. And then there is a group in California that it's a private organization that claims they have success with it. That is interesting. The hard part is, it's probably $30,000 a year for us to go to that.
Jeez.
With flights and treatment and all that. So
well, and putting her through it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a whole thing.
Good luck with everything, Paul. We appreciate the call, man.
With your kids, Preston, was it a voluntary thing, or did you have to feed them?
We felt it was the right thing to do.
All right. Because the risk of all these things.
Yeah.
So garlic is actually nothing like Paul's daughter, but garlic is one of the things that I can't have. And if I do have it, I won't go into anaphylactic like that, nothing like that. But it makes me not feel great, like at all. I feel terrible. And when I had COVID and I came back and I lost my sense of taste, and we did that taste test. If you guys remember,
yes,
you gave me a spoonful of garlic, and I was sick for the rest of the day.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Oh no, sorry.
Wow. Yeah, sorry about that, man.
But you didn't, you didn't know, and I didn't like taking it. I couldn't smell it. I couldn't taste it. So I had no idea what I was.
You had no reaction to the spoonful of caterpillars?
The caterpillars I was good with.
This sounds interesting. I'm going to go to Brian next. Hi, Brian, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, how you guys doing?
Doing well, sir. What's going on?
So since I was a baby, I've been allergic to my own sweat on just my hands and my feet.
On just your hands and your feet. Okay. How'd you find this out?
Well, whenever I would sweat, my hands would form like little bubbles, almost like the packaging bubbles, and it would fill with my sweat, and they would pop, and then the skin would peel off. I would have like a little, like rash there, and then it would heal in 2 days, and it's been like that for my entire life.
She would blister.
I saw a story, it sounds similar to what you have, Brian, is that this girl, except it was all over her body, her own sweat, her own perspiration would make her break out. Like, just as you say, like almost the kind of like bubble wrap sort of condition on the skin. And
it almost looks like poison ivy.
Yeah.
When poison ivy first forms, it's the little bubbles, and then I'm able to pop them, and I can peel the skin off. It's the very first layer of skin, so it's almost like when, I don't know if you ever tried it, but when you were in high school, you know how you put like the pin through the first layer of skin, and you're like, cool, I pierced myself. That layer of skin, and you rip off. So it doesn't really, really hurt. It's annoying, and it's not very nice to look at.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, but how can the human body produce something that your own human body cannot tolerate?
But in the same way, it does something as sublime as make you enjoy your own farts.
It's crazy,
right? It's a yin and yang.
Beginning, like I played sports, I played baseball and basketball, and the beginning of the season was the worst. Like, you know, in the beginning of basketball season, all the running, I would have blisters all over my
Brian,
feet.
was there any way at all to mitigate it? Did you talcum up your feet like crazy? What did you do?
Absolutely nothing. I've tried 2 socks. I've used every kind of lotion possible. It's kind of, you know, beginning of the season, like when I first go out in the summer and I play my first round of golf, my hands are absolutely torn up after, and then they get better. But like right now, I have a couple little spots where
it is a weird thing that your body,
and it's just
again,
where my hair follicles are.
just where your hair is, like the hair on the bottom of your feet.
Not on the palms of my hand, but on my feet, I will get it on the soles of my feet.
Okay.
I'm blown away by that. That's just that's wild.
It's absolutely weird. I've been to dermatologists. They want me to come when the blisters are full of the liquid, but that is so.
They just want to see it.
Judge and be there. They want to, I guess, analyze it, but I've never been able to be there when it's been.
Well, why not have you put literally, and I'm not joking about this, while you go for an examination, do something to cause you to sweat there in the office so that they can see it happen right then and there. You
Put
know?
on CNC Music Factory.
It doesn't form so much as I'm sweating. It's like a little bit like after.
After, yeah.
Well, spend the afternoon hanging around the office.
You've got nothing to do.
I can do that.
Wow, that's really weird. All right, Brian, thank you, man. Appreciate it. I don't know how you cope with that, man.
Imagine if you had to give up golf for that, Preston.
That would be a tough one. All right, I'm going to go to Matt. Here's a very specific allergy. Matt, good morning, sir. What's up, Matt?
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Sorry, buddy.
I'm a mechanic and I work at garages, and I don't know if you're familiar with Gojo, the hand cleaner. Well, whatever makes cherry Gojo cherry, that's what I'm allergic to.
So you're talking about like grit, like for cleaning, oil off your hands and stuff like that?
Like the pumice soaps that you use to clean your hands. Whatever makes cherry Gojo cherry, that's what I'm allergic to.
Why would they have cherry?
Because it smells delightful.
Apparently someone out there is eating it.
What happens when you wash with that stuff, Matt? What happens?
So, I started the new job and I started using it a lot. And after the first week, my hands started swelling, getting itchy. And then it got to the point I couldn't even bend my fingers anymore. And the rash on my hand stops at where my cufflink would end on my uniform. So I said, what's the only thing I'm putting on my hands? I don't wear gloves when I wrench. And I figured out it was the soap, so I bought orange Gojo, and problem solved.
There you go.
Did you write your name on it and keep it there and make sure nobody touches it?
No, I wanted someone else to suffer as
It's the only way to enjoy it is let other people suffer as well. That's so wild.
That's really weird.
You think about you releasing any sort of product these days, and that's why you have to go through this sort of rigorous product testing.
Yeah.
And that's why it used to be the thing, and it probably still is, where when malls were more active, they would solicit people to go try different shampoos or different and sign waivers, and you get paid to do it. But I mean, with all that going on, with all of this, the odds you're going to have the right chemical hit the wrong target on somebody, it's got to be pretty substantial.
Yep. We will go to Scott on the air next. Hi, Scott. Good morning.
Scott.
Yes. I don't. Marissa's here today and doesn't have the full command of all of our name clips, but it's all good. But thank you for soloing on that. All right, what's up, Scott?
Yeah, I'm allergic to corn husk oil. You know, the little hairs that's in, like, when you're husking corn?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the silk?
Yeah, I found out when I was,
The silks? The little the stringy things? Okay.
Yeah, I can eat it after it's cooked. Like, if you boil it or whatever, I can handle it and touch it, but yeah, my throat will seal up and everything, man. I found out when I was in Cub Scouts, we were husking a bunch of corn for some charity thing, and my scout leader freaked out because I started turning purple.
So isn't that wild? That you can husking corn, uncooked or unboiled, will cause that. But once you put it through that process, you're fine.
Yes, Steve, absolutely.
Wow.
It really sucks, and it really stinks in the fall because, you got the corn mazes. Everybody wants to do the
Oh, my gosh,
all that
yeah.
kind of thing. I can't do any of it.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah, that'd be like it'd be lethal to go through a corn maze.
All right, well, thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. There it is. She found it. All right. We're talking about bizarre allergies. There's a story we kicked off with, and I'll reiterate it here in a moment. But let me go to Terry, because this one, I don't know how you deal with this. Hi, Terry. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
So
All right.
My sister,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
my sister-in-law, her mother is allergic to water, and I've always been baffled by this myself, but she will not drink just pure water. Apparently she can, like, bathe in it and fine, but if she drinks anything that's just like straight water with nothing in it, she has apparently had really bad reactions and had to be taken to the hospital. And so she'll only drink like soda or like juice or something that has water mixed in with it, but not pure water.
I watched a story about a woman who had the similar condition, and it literally caused like burns on the inside of her throat. But yet, the thing that always perplexes me is your body is 70% water. How is it?
Yeah.
How's that happening? You know?
Yeah, it's baffling to me. I've even offered her, like, thinking, well, maybe it was just like the water she had that, that day or whenever she first had it, and she won't go near it.
It might be,
That's weird.
But the oddest thing is all of those things you mentioned: soda, tea, or coffee, whatever.
They all have water in them.
That's loaded. I mean, that's water. But for whatever reason, it's I guess kind of neutralized when it has other stuff in it.
So has she? Have you seen her have a bad reaction? What was the worst reaction she had to straight up water?
Yeah, apparently she actually like almost had an anaphylactic shock
To
where
water.
she actually stopped breathing. Yeah,
Jeez.
And she had to go to the hospital, and then she had these sores that she had broke out on, and they determined or told her that was the water, and so she doesn't drink it since.
Wow.
And that was a long time ago. So
There are people who have it
a lot of years.
that are more elaborate than the other gentleman we were talking to about the sweat. Just water in general on their skin will cause burns.
Yeah, and there are people that are allergic to sunlight.
Yeah.
All kinds of other weird things that you just, how do you get day to day, when you have that. Two more quick calls, and we're going to take a break. I'm going to go to Steve. Hi, Steve. Morning, bud.
Good morning, Gazooks.
All right, what you allergic to, dude?
It's not me. It's my sister, Cindy.
Yep.
We thought she was allergic to our dog, Tiger, but
I know.
It was the shampoo, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's a wild, man.
How bizarre. Steve, thanks for
delightful little lisp.
sharing that with us.
I remember that episode.
I do, too.
And they were going to get rid of Tiger.
Yeah.
And then eventually they did anyway.
Eventually Tiger did disappear.
Yeah.
Bobby took him. All right, one more call. We're going to go to Jen. Hi, Jen. Morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Jen?
Nothing. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate it. All right, so you have a weird allergy?
I do. So I'm allergic to any kind of eye makeup that has purple coloring or lavender coloring in it.
How did you ever figure that out?
So when I was younger, I had some skin issues, and so I was kind of working with eye makeup to try to draw away from my skin issues. And so I was wearing more colors, and so purple was one of my go-to colors, and I was getting kind of these scaly breakouts on my eyes, and it turned out that one of the makeup artists I would go to help like come up with ideas figured out that she was like, it's the purple coloring that you're allergic to.
Do you know what the chemical is in the purple coloring that is causing your reaction?
No, I don't. I mean, she just said it's the lavender coloring, so I don't know exactly.
Pureed caterpillar.
But sometimes they use, like these natural materials to create colors, and there may be something out in nature that you can't tolerate.
Nature sucks.
Exactly.
Damn nature. I hate nature.
I can wear it for like a couple of hours, but if I don't, wash it off, within a couple of hours or anything, my eyes will swell up, or I get these like scaly breakouts on my eyelids and stuff. So,
Yeah, you could never be a mob wife.
No, but for Halloween, do you just for fun put some purple makeup on?
Right. No, I try to avoid it.
Oh, okay. But it would look pretty cool.
You look awesome, man. You look like a prize fighter.
Swollen, bloodshot, crusty eyes. Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm an alcoholic.
Wow. All right, thank you, Jen. Good luck with everything. Well, it's interesting. There are loads of them out there, and we got started on this conversation because this guy that plays for the Yankees found out that he was having trouble hitting, and he was having pain in his hands, and they found out it was the batting gloves that they use have in the treatment of the leather. There's chemical compounds that are used that he is full on allergic to, and it causes like swelling and all kinds of pain.
So now
is the thing he needs to use.
They're devising a special.
Yeah.
Batting glove
The manufacturers are going to come up with a batting glove for him, which is pretty wild. So, all right, well, thank you. We appreciate the story. Some very interesting stuff. If you're not allergic to tattoos, you can win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo today.
Yes.
It is Tattoo Tuesday, so text word tattoo to 39333. We have a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing that you could possibly win, so make sure that you do that now. And I want to give you another reminder. This Thursday, day after tomorrow, it is the Preston and Steve Show Who's Luau, which is coming up at Valley Forge Casino Resort, the Valley Beach, and it is free. And we would like you to join us 6 to 8. The whole gang is going to be there.
It's going to be gorgeous.
Having some Mai Tais outside by the pool. By the way, there's a beach area, and we are going to have this great group, Paradise Island Entertainment, performing for us. And we have we're going to have prizes, a $500 Valley Forge Casino Resort as well. So if you would like, do we have any the wristbands? I want to give away a pair of wristbands right now. It's caller number 15 at 215-263-WMMR. Each wristband is good for a $25 gift card for food and drinks, Valley Forge Casino Resort. You also get the cooler backpack that comes along with that, too. So call right now and make sure that you come out and join us. The weather is going to be fantastic on Thursday.
Yeah.
And we're looking forward to seeing you. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
When they start talking, it's all right.
Okay. All right. I think we're making strides
think
here.
so.
Does
Casey,
anybody want to hug them?
Go ahead.
A clown?
Yes.
Mel is saying no.
Don't let
Victoria
Frank
say
do
no.
it.
Kat, would you be open to a hug from one of these clowns?
I'll hug a clown.
Yeah! We're breaking down barriers here. All right, Kat. No, let's not have them come over.
You come over.
You go to the clowns. All right,
There we go.
so we're going to... a group hug? Look at this.
Wow.
Get a picture of this. This is wonderful.
It worked.
Now that was special. Victoria?
Okay.
All right, Victoria's going to do it. All right, Victoria. Mel, you don't have to. Don't worry.
No, Mel, you're fine.
All right, so Victoria's getting it. She's actually smiling. And she's closing her eyes at the same time. So we're going to get a really good picture for you. Let me ask Mel, would you like to do it or no?
Sure.
All right, she's diving in. She's going to do it. We're making friends. We're making friends. This is a beautiful thing.
Mel, look at Mel's face. You're doing a great job.
Oh, yes, that was huge. All right, Frank, we're not even going to answer.
Yeah.
Unless you want to volunteer that. Yeah, you probably don't, do you?
No.
Okay, he doesn't really.
All right.
Oh, my
Is this
God.
real?
Are
I
you
don't-
really doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's
Very good.
Awesome. I love that. Let's hear it for Mel and Frank and Kat and Victoria. They did wonderful. Fear of Clowns. Getting over it right here on the Preston and Steve Show. Yes, we have from the band Fozzy. Let's give some love, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Jericho.
Yeah, I walked in. There's a whole studio audience here, a live studio audience.
Yeah.
This is great.
And a lot of people were excited and came in here very specifically just to say hi and see this interview in person.
Well, it's great, and thanks for having me on. You must be like first I'm on the phone, then I'm here in person. I appreciate all the Jericho love. I'll tell you that right now.
Coming over to the house next.
Yeah, I got an app next week. There's a hologram. We're going to tour. There's the Jericho hologram and the Dio hologram. We're going on tour next month.
Hey, you got to milk all the milk out of that cow.
Everywhere you can. Squeeze the crap out of every drop.
Every teat.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you first how impressed I am with the album. I took it home the other day. I listened to it on the way home and wasn't sure what to expect. I had heard Judas because we've been playing it, and I definitely like the song. And what did I come back and tell you guys?
So solid. This is real deal.
My word was it's legit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you have people who have a name from another entertainment industry or sports industry, and then they want to open the door and head down another path and try something out for a little bit, and most of the times that doesn't work. So I was pleasantly surprised when I listened to it. I'm like, okay, this is straight up. It's the real deal.
Well, it's cool. This is our 7th record, and we're almost like a 17-year overnight sensation at this point, which is good because I think over the years, slowly but surely, people have come to realize that, like you said, this is legit. This is the real deal. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be doing this. I think every band has some kind of a gimmick when they start, whether it's Slipknot wears masks or Kiss has makeup or all these different things. Bottom line is, either it's good music or it's not. And it doesn't matter who's in the band or what the story is. Either it's good or it's bad. And after all these years, people are finally going, holy smokes, Fozzy is legit. They make a judgment just because I'm in the band. I think sometimes we have to work twice as hard to get people's respect because of that. We don't mind. When I was 13 years old, I decided I wanted to be in a rock band and I wanted to be a wrestler. And people laughed me out of the building. I remember I went to church and told people, and people laughed me out of the church. Here I am all these years later doing both. I really don't care if people have a judgment about what I do or what I don't do. All I know is that this is good, and I know that people are embracing it.
Right.
If you have a passion and a desire and a talent to do more than one thing, especially in this day and age, it's okay. And if people don't have an issue with that, Paul Stanley said in this documentary that I watched, I probably told you guys this about the book. The only people that tell you can't do something are the ones that have failed. I'm not going to tell you can't do it because I did it. You can do it. And when Paul said that, I embraced that concept and went for it wholeheartedly. And here we are right now talking about this stuff, and it's a great feeling.
Well, I think in a way also you have the benefit of you had another. I'm not going to say a safety net, but you had another thing running that allowed you to just be tenacious and that you're okay. You don't dig it now. We're going to keep doing it. We're not going to stop. And then, as you said, through attrition, people started to come on board. And this, as you described it, Judas is the game changer.
So is your time being on the mic and doing what you did in the ring helped you out with being able to talk to the audience?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I when I first started wrestling when I was 19, I wanted to be the ultimate rock and roll frontman in the wrestling ring. Paul Stanley, Freddie Mercury, Bruce Dickinson. I wanted to be like the front man, the party host. And so I did that when I first started because I wasn't the biggest guy, but I knew I could have the biggest personality and the biggest charisma. So when we started Fozzy, I just took those same qualities that I was using as Y2J that I stole from great frontmen, like I mentioned, and then took it back into Fozzy. So it's very much symbiotic. That's a big word for a Canadian. But it all depends on connecting with the audience, whether it's wrestling or music. You need to connect with the crowd and let them know that you don't take yourself seriously. You take the music seriously. You have to have a good time. And when we go do these festivals, there's not a lot of bands that do that. It's very aggro. It's very mosh pitting and stuff. And that's fine. But for us, just drink some beer and chant Fozzy and show your boobs, whether you're a girl or a guy. We don't care. And that's when you get the connection. Let's, especially in this day and age with all the crap that's going on in the world, come to a Fozzy show, leave the BS at the door, and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about.
Well, that's it. And we've said this, at least the very nature of our show is that if, over the years, we've heard other shows where it seems like they're pissed off all the time. Why would I want to listen to a show or go to a show where I think they're not enjoying what they're doing?
It's okay to smile and laugh. I think sometimes the word fun and rock and roll gets lost in the translation. Those are always my favorite bands where you can go and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about. And it's kind of a lost art, and it's something that we take great pride in. We have a reputation for being that way. Is if you come to one of our shows, you're just going to leave with a smile on your face, and that's okay. It doesn't always have to be growling and angst and anger. Go to a Lamb of God show if you want to do that, and that's fine. But for us, we'd rather have some fun.
I know with all that going on, let's not take our eye off the ball here, folks. There's a new Miss America. They had in Atlantic City, obviously, is where the pageant takes place. So they had taken it away for like a couple of years, right? And then they brought it back. I just don't hear about it anymore.
Guys,
afterwards.
We used to watch it.
It was a big deal.
It was a thing
years ago. It was massive.
Yeah.
And it's just now, I think internet porn took care of that.
But we have a couple of clips from it. We have. Well, do you want to hear the winner? Let's hear the winner first.
All right.
Miss North Dakota.
Your new Miss America is Miss North Dakota.
So Miss North Dakota.
Miss North Dakota took it.
Attractive young lady, as you would imagine.
Wants to be the governor.
Yes,
eventually. That's her aspiration.
Yep, that is
correct.
correct.
The highlight for the evening was the talent portion, especially Miss Louisiana.
All right, here we go.
Lucky, Lucy, are you ready? Yes.
Hit it.
Heard it. Heard it. I'm ready to talk now, and I cannot see your listening. What was that? I said I can't see your listening. Yeah, let's load Heard it. Sound good to me. You betcha. It sure does sound good, doesn't it, to be here in front of all these nice people? It's a dream come true. What was that? It's a dream come true. What was that? It's a dream come true.
She just gives up.
God damn it! I said it's a dream come true.
She's getting mad at herself.
I suck.
slams the dummy on the ground.
Freaking thing. To be here in front of all these fine people and mid-level celebrities is such a thrill. What are we gonna do? We're gonna entertain the team. What's that? We're gonna entertain the team. What's that? We're gonna entertain the people. What I said is, if you just listen for a effing second, we're going to entertain the people. She's gorgeous, though.
She's stunning. We're looking at a still shot of her.
She's a Miss America contestant.
Yeah, with her two ventriloquist dummies.
And the dummies.
Oh, we haven't even heard the clip yet. Are you ready?
You good people ready?
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it.
I wanna be a cowboy sweetheart. I wanna work the road and ride.
All right, I'll let it play. Hang on a second.
I wanna ride on the plains of the desert, out west of the Great Divide.
I wanna hear the coyotes sing as the sun sets in the west.
I wanna be.
Honestly, where is this? Where does this fly? I think if you come in before someone's receiving a lethal injection, it's like.
You might have it.
Before you get the shot, we have a ventriloquist, actually. And they're going to give me the shot. Give me the shot.
All right. We haven't even gotten to the yodeling part yet. Hang on.
Oh, there's yodeling?
Yeah, there's yodeling. Apparently there's yodeling.
All right.
Cowboy sweetheart, that's the life I love the best.
Oh my God.
At that very moment, half the judges were booking flights to Naples, Florida.
Right. Wow, look at how hot she is.
Super
We're looking
hot.
at that video footage of her now. She's wow, she's a stunner. And that's Miss who?
That is Miss Louisiana.
Miss Louisiana. Okay. Nick had sent me some information about this guy. His name was Xavier Atencio.
And he invented Leopold the FBI cat?
No, he did not. He was the Disney Imagineer who helped bring to life iconic theme park attractions such as Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion. And he passed away just this last Sunday, and he was 98 years old.
So when I was a kid, for a brief period when I was in third grade, which would have put me, I would have been about 17. We went out to live in California for almost a full year. And going to Disneyland, the Disneyland, there was no Disney World at that time. Those attractions were, you as a kid, you might as well have been transported to another universe.
You couldn't
it was
believe it.
just mind-boggling.
Mm-hmm.
And they just actually sort of re-tinkered Pirates of the Caribbean because of PC questions, but it's still essentially the same ride there.
He also wrote the lyrics to their memorable songs, Yo Ho, A Pirate's Life. He wrote that.
Did he write It's a Small World? No, that's from
No, he didn't. But he wrote Grim Grinning Ghosts that they sing on the Haunted Mansion tour as well. In the mid-1960s, Atencio's career changed course, and Walt Disney called him into his office and asked him to join the Imagineering unit that created theme park attractions. He said, I went over there reluctantly because I didn't know what I was getting into, and nobody there knew what I was supposed to do either. About a month later, I got a phone call from Walt. He told me, I want you to do the script for the Pirates of the Caribbean.
This is a great opportunity, and if you don't do it, you're fired.
And he said he had never written a script before the Pirates assignment. Pirates was the last ride that Walt Disney would directly supervise. Disney died December in 1966, just 3 months before the attraction. It never really opened. He died before it opened.
It's amazing.
But Atencio helped him to experience it in a way. He said, we mocked it up on a soundstage in full size, and we pushed Walt through it. We rigged up a chart.
What am I looking at here?
We rigged up a cart that moved about the same pace
I
that
can't see.
the boat would, and we moved him through.
This hurts my back substantially.
And we had the auctioneer.
Why are you doing this to me?
And we had the auctioneer up here, and he said, what do ye offer this buxom wench? And then on the other side, a pirate yells, 6 bottles of rum, et cetera, et cetera. He said, but it was hard to hear. And I said, I'm sorry, Walt, you can't hear the stuff too clearly. And he said, if you go to a cocktail party, you tune in on one conversation, and then you tune in on that one. Quick number one, Casey's out today. So Marissa is by my side today, playing co-pilot here in the studio and arranging all the audio elements and sponsorships and things that need to get done around here that Casey does. And I will remind you that Marissa has an appearance tomorrow night. PJ Willihan's in Wynwood from 5 till 7, and this is in conjunction with the spring training trip for 2025. We're giving away a trip courtesy of phillysportstrips.com. So stop by and see Marissa tomorrow in Wynwood from 5 to 7 at PJ Willihan's. You can get registered while you're there and hang out with Marissa, have a beer or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And she'll tell you all about the trip. But it is airfare, 4 nights hotel accommodations. That'll be at the Wyndham Grand Clearwater. Boat party on a private yacht. A tailgate party for the game, and an invite to one of our live broadcasts while we were there.
I'm looking forward to this right now.
Yeah.
You know, for taking the trip. We had such a damn good time, and for you to get in on this and get that package would, be worth your time to go visit Marissa.
Steve, I'm 9 days away from getting on a plane to go with these guys to Brazil.
I know.
That is wild.
You're going to have a friggin' awesome time.
There's by the way, contest rules, complete details, WMMR.com, and there is also information on how you can purchase a trip package as well through phillysportstrips.com. So Marissa in Wynwood tomorrow, 5 to 7. Stop by and see her. All right, we're going to do the Bizarre File now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Philly Sports Trips. How about that? Just join us in Clearwater Beach next March for the spring training trip of a lifetime. You can go to phillysportstrips.com, place a small deposit to reserve your spot now, and we're going to have a blast again. So I got some doozies for you today, man. Some good stuff over the past few days for Bizarre File. A Minnesota woman is facing charges after police say she rammed her car into her boyfriend on the way to couples therapy following a day of arguing.
Yeah, hi, we're going to be late.
30-year-old Veronica Rolene Gast is facing charges of second-degree assault and criminal vehicular operation, bodily harm, gross negligence, and domestic assault. The incident happened Wednesday when Gast drove with her boyfriend to a therapy session to work on their relationship. While in the car, the boyfriend decided to break up with her and asked Gast to take him home. Instead, Gast allegedly stopped the car in the middle of the road and ordered him to get out. The victim exited and walked in front of the vehicle, heading for the sidewalk. As he passed in front of the car, Gast locked eyes with him and then accelerated, trying to run him over.
On the plus side, now you have something to talk about at therapy.
There you go. Yeah. Let's dive into this.
Anything fresh? Yeah, she just tried to run over me.
Well, the boyfriend rolled over the hood, smashed into the windshield, shattering it, and he suffered a laceration to his right elbow.
Safe light repair.
A police report said the defendant admitted that she was pulling away. She hit the victim with her vehicle.
I was pulling away.
The defendant said that she slowed down and stopped to call the police and said that she was in shock at hitting the victim, so she did not stop right away, but did let off the gas.
What about backing up?
Gast told officers the windshield crack wasn't caused by his body, but by him punching it. It's unclear whether Gast sustained any injuries. The police report stated the couple has been dating for about a year and they live together.
Sounds like it's blissful.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to punch a windshield? Do you think you could punch through a windshield?
God, no.
You know who can? The Terminator.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah.
So in Tasmania, a woman who was allegedly filmed performing a sex act on a live trout
Oh, come on.
has appeared in court for the first time.
You know that Mormon docking show we talked about earlier?
Yeah.
I'd take this over that.
Catherine June Lee, who is 58 years old, faces 3 charges in relation to bestiality material allegedly produced between February 2022 and January 2023.
Okay, I'm asking this in only the most clinical of ways. If you were to get it on with a fish, which one would you select?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm going to have to get back to you on that.
Grouper.
Grouper?
Yeah.
Largemouth.
Yeah.
Lee appeared in Hobart Magistrates Court on Monday seeking for an adjournment without plea. Police allege a disturbing film showed Lee lying on a boat at sea somewhere near Tasmania South as her male co-accused used a live brown trout to perform a sex act on her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
The footage depicted sexual activity between Lee and the trout. Lee's so-called Ashley David Hallam, or co-accused, Ashley David Hallam, faced court in May this year, but is yet to enter a plea. Police reminded members of the public it is an offense to possess or distribute bestiality material in Tasmania.
If you were to go to an adult toy store, do you think they would have a fish device?
I don't know.
Yeah,
they have a variety of things, but I don't know if there's a fish device or not.
Let me see your fish. Do you have a river trout?
Yeah. A man is accused of holding candy store workers at gunpoint over a return dispute in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Is that a candy store?
Joshua Kim went into Sugar Life Ice Cream and Candy Bar and argued with 2 employees over returning candy. When one of the employees told Kim that he could not have a refund, he pulled out a gun and threatened to shoot the 2 workers.
This is going to get bloody.
A
Why are they
manager
returning candy?
A manager at Sugar Life said that they don't do returns on candy.
Do they ever even hand you a receipt at a candy? Isn't the
store?
presumption you're simply going to eat the candy?
And she said, and they make that clear during the checkout process. Employee Edison Maja said, I put a chunk in your head if you don't bring me back my money right now.
Oh, my.
Put a chunk in your head.
Well, maybe he ordered a chunky.
Management said the incident happened in front of other customers, including children. The police said they reviewed surveillance footage at the scene, and it corroborated what the employees had told them. Officers also arrested Kim and Chelsea Lowe later that night at a resort. Police searched a truck at the resort and said they found a half gram of cocaine and weed inside, leading to drug charges for Kim and a single drug charge for Lowe. Along with the drug charges, Kim was charged with 2 counts of pointing and presenting firearms at a person in an unlawful manner. And the truck is the same truck that Kim and Lowe were seen leaving another, quote, related incident.
Another candy store?
With the 3 kids in the car. And it's unclear what that related incident was.
The Bonnie and Clyde of confections.
Crazy. A woman who was a passenger on a small commercial airplane admitted on Thursday to interfering with the flight by lunging at the controls as the plane was landing, causing it to accelerate and turn on the runway. Tracy Lynn Eagleman pleaded guilty to interfering with an aircraft in a flight and faces a maximum of 20 years in prison.
Yes.
By the way. Eagleman was a passenger on Cape Air Flight 1793, a small passenger plane that departed from Billings. On the final approach, about 10 miles out, Eagleman stood up and started yelling about the landing. The flight crew, a captain and first officer,
call this a landing?
Were able to calm Eagleman down and get her back into her seat. However, just as the plane touched down, Eagleman lunged forward from her seat and hit the flight controls. Eagleman hit the throttle for one of the 2 engines, causing it to accelerate and prompting the plane to yaw or turn on the runway. At that time, the plane was traveling between 70 and 75 knots, which is around 80 miles an hour. The flight crew regained control of the plane without further incident, stopped on the tarmac, and eventually taxied safely to the airport terminal. One of the passengers recorded the incident on a cell phone. While they didn't capture the moment that she lunged the control deck, other passengers are heard yelling in fear that they could have been killed.
It was so serious that he had to erase the footage of his wife banging a fish.
Oh, no.
To get that footage.
Wow. All right, and then one last story, and we'll end with that. A Detroit man rear-ended arguably the worst car he could. It was a patrol car, a police patrol car, and he did it while he was actively eating chicken wings and driving. The 73-year-old man was attempting to eat the wings while driving. A trooper was stopped in the left center lane for a red light, and the man struck him from behind. No one was injured. There was minor vehicle damage. Police
Did they administer a roadside poultry test?
They issued the driver a citation for the incident, such as distracted driving, and apparently it is risky behavior that leads to preventable crashes. And they said that the officer said it is important to remember to focus on driving when behind the wheel.
By the way, you're driving, say you're driving, and a police officer sees you eating a sandwich or sees you doing something like that. Is that akin to a level one? Because they talk about the seatbelt thing, which I think now they can actually pull you over if you're.
Yes, I'm not sure, Steve, if they can pull you over for that reason alone or not. But I know what you're talking about because they didn't they also change using a phone that can be in New Jersey a primary. Which,
you
by
can
the
be
way,
holding a hoagie up to your face, though.
dude. Yesterday, this guy driving a truck, he kind of slightly swerved over into my lane. I'm like, okay. And he was in the right lane. I'm in the left lane. And I'm like, I want to see what he's doing. I want to find it. So I pulled up next to him. He literally has his phone. He has both of his forearms or elbows on his steering wheel and is texting with both hands while looking at it. And I drove up next to him and I just looked at him and I just shook my head. I'm just like,
you can use the voice thing to send that.
Yeah.
You shouldn't even be.
Unless you have my phone and the voice thing doesn't work.
Or one hand, thumb it, but this guy's both of them up.
Or just don't do
Yes, just don't text and drive.
Text and drive. How about
I
that?
saw you in school today, and I thought you were adorable.
You can. We've talked about this before, but you can tell when you see that slight weave in the lane. You're like, they're on their phone.
You know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File for you. All right, reminder, Tattoo Tuesday. We have a chance to win a $350 gift certificate from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. So text word tattoo to 39333 right now. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. A little later on, Dave Raymond, the original Philly fanatic, will be joining us in the studio. We'll be back in a sec. Hang out. When they come through, they'll see. New, and I thought, why the heck didn't I think of that? That is Xavier Atencio.
A pirate's life for me.
So he wrote this.
We kindle a jar, inflame and ignite, drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We burn up the city, we're really a fright, drink up, me hearties, yo ho.
We burn up the city.
Yeah,
we burn up the city and rape the people and kill everyone who won't come along. We slit their throats and throw them overboard and turn them into shark bait.
Yeah, exactly.
Me hearties, yo ho.
Confiscate the children and make them slaves.
The city, we're really a fright, drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We're beggars and fighters and ne'er-do-well cats, drink up, me hearties, yo ho. Allow your friends and mummies and dads, drink up, me hearties, yo ho. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
And we're all half crazy because of syphilis. The robot, with the mouth. And we're all half crazy because of syphilis.
But you're right. They burned down the town.
Burned down the town and killed the animals and sexually abused the women.
And ravage and don't get a hoop. Bring up me hearties, yo ho.
Pirate's Life. Yeah.
I think that's
the
how the
salty old sea.
I think that's how the first movie ends, with Johnny Depp singing "Drink up, me hearties, yo ho."
Oh, really?
I think that's the last line
Drink
of the
up,
movie.
me hearties, yo ho. Yeah, he's doing that freaking Jack Sparrow impression.
No, he needs to be just Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be? Yeah.
We come into town and rock around. Visit the Viper Room.
I noticed that it's very hard to swat a fly. Oh. They move so fast.
Well, I have it kind of down to a science.
I have a theory too. What is yours?
You, in many ways, it's like sex. You come down the back from behind the eyesight, doesn't go all the way back to the back.
Okay.
So that's how I come in for the swat.
My theory is, if you're just sitting there and one lands on your leg or something like that,
you ain't gonna win.
You don't move. No, right. I have a way to do it. I slowly will bring my hand into position, and then I will wait and I will watch the fly. And once the fly starts doing that thing with its front two little hands, it starts rubbing them together, because at first it'll notice your hand and it'll stop.
That's when it gets all greedy.
Freeze and won't move. And then when it starts going about its business, it is now not necessarily paying attention to your hand anymore, and then nail them. I'm a fly hater, and I actually keep a scoreboard at my house for dead flies. That's cool. Everybody's name is on there.
I notice there's a fly hater too.
And if you get them, you get a hash mark for everyone that you get.
He actually keeps score.
I should have done a prize at the end of the summer, but I never got around to do that. But anyhow, so here's the deal. This question, why do they move so fast, flies, was put to the BBC World Service crowd science team. And the answer is that, compared to us, basically, they see things that they see things essentially what we see in slow motion. So they see the world moving.
This guy's wearing a bucket hat.
Much slower. The speed of time differs depending on your species. This happens because animals see the world around them like a continuous video, but in reality, they piece together images sent from the eyes to the brain in distinct flashes a set number of times per second. And I'll explain that. So humans average 60 flashes per second and flies 250. The speed at which those images are produced by the brain is called the flicker fusion rate.
Flicker fusion rate.
Yes.
Flicker.
And it's weird how they were able to determine this. So in general, the smaller
Did
the
they
species,
capture a fly and interrogate him?
the faster its critical flicker. They put a light in front of him.
Please, I don't know. I'm so thirsty.
He starts smacking him around.
No. Oh, no, please. Come on. I'm just a fly.
In general, the smaller the species, the faster its critical flicker fusion rate is, and flies in particular.
Critical
put us to
flicker
shame.
fusion rate.
Yeah, so Professor Roger Hardy from the University of Cambridge investigates how flies' eyes work and has
It's actually very interesting when you stop and consider it.
And has an experiment to determine their flicker fusion rate. So it's simply how fast a light has to be turning on and off, that's the flicker,
right,
before it's perceived or seen as just a continuous light. So like a flashing strobe light, okay?
Right, so even
and
though
you can tell when it's going off and on, but at some point you can't, even though it is going off and on.
Right.
So so what they did is they insert tiny glass electrodes into the living light-sensitive cells of their eyes.
Of a fly's eyes.
Photoreceptors.
How did they do that?
Before flashing LED lights at faster and faster speeds. Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical
I
current.
assume ladybugs come in nurse outfits.
In the photoreceptor.
That'd be hot.
Hey, up here, buddy. Up here. Here's where the 10,000 eyes are.
Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current into the photoreceptors that a computer can graph onto a screen. Tests reveal the fastest fly record distinct responses to flickering up to 400 times per second. Yeah, but I'm amazed at modern science and the fact that they can actually take something that tiny like that and actually...
How did they get them to sit still to put those things in their eyes?
The chair is very comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable. They get a little foot
This is
masseuse.
good. What is this? Oh, my God. Look at this. The feet come up.
And they have them relax. Somebody said that's why electricity cycles at 60 hertz per second, or HZ. Is that hertz per second?
It's just hertz.
Oh, 60 hertz?
It hurts.
God, would you stop it already?
We're morons.
All right. I have a list of things from various magazines of suggestions of what to do. For your fall activities.
Local or anywhere?
No, this is just anywhere.
Okay.
But no, these are stupid. A pumpkin spice latte date.
Oh, my God.
Treat your bestie to a PSL.
Wait, what's
a PS? A pumpkin spice latte.
I know.
And
Yes,
spend,
I just wanted to let you know that your list stinks.
how about dinner and a fall-themed movie? Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous.
All right, what's
Throw
the-
that list out.
What's
How
a
about buy
fall-themed
some
movie?
orange crayons and rub it on a piece of paper?
Honestly,
How about wait for them to come in and relax the straps on your hands?
Bake an apple pie together.
Okay.
What if you're not together? What if you're alone?
How about this? Watch a football game. These are just ridiculous. These are like out of, like Allure magazine or,
Yeah,
Or
right.
how about look out the window at your neighbor's house?
Honest to God, like somebody actually got paid to do that.
They needed an extra page in the magazine.
Here's a good fall activity.
Walk to the
for
end
you.
of your driveway, turn around, and go back.
From the mind of Preston Elliott, do one of the train rides that are available in our areas. That That would be cool, right?
Yeah.
There's one out of New Hope.
Septa's all over the place.
What is it?
Septa is all over the place.
This is so scenic.
Is that Chester?
Hey, man, I'm sorry I pissed on you.
Yeah, especially the houses that live right next to the train tracks. Those are always lovely.
Strasbourg is the one you're thinking of.
Strasbourg.
All right, is that's the best in the area, right?
They have the ghost train. It's like the old style locomotive. That's out by Lancaster.
And didn't we have a Not Your Average Listener? Was she from?
She was an engineer.
Yeah,
An engineer,
for them. Yeah.
That was cool.
And
That
that
was
one
really
that one
cool.
goes for about 40 minutes. From what I understand.
something like that, yeah.
40, 45 minutes.
Most
okay.
of them are like a half, anywhere from like 40 minutes to an hour.
That's still cool.
But
yeah.
Case, along the lines of what you were saying, and if you're in Jersey, New Jersey Transit.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry.
Does Septa
Listen,
go over
it's
there?
not exactly the same experience, but the buses are always a blast.
This also says have a fall photo shoot.
Oh, I'm doing that.
What? Who put this together? Sling Blade?
We're doing a family photo
I got some
shoot.
great ideas for all of them.
No, don't make fun of that one.
Go outside looking out there, the raccoons out in the field.
So you're doing a fall photo shoot?
Yeah,
Family
we're doing
photo shoot?
it, Steve, on Forbidden Drive.
Yes, it'll be. Yeah, I'd love to. Forbidden Drive is close to me. Huh?
Actually, that's a good idea.
Do you want to bring us hot chocolate in the morning?
I will absolutely. With spice latte, SP. What is it?
SPL.
PSL.
PSL.
Look, I brought some SPLs.
SPL.
Look, I brought some silent but deadlies.
PSL.
Yeah.
Pumpkin spice latte.
I brought some
penis.
SPLs.
What did I say?
Silent but deadly. SPGs.
DVD.
CVDA.
I brought some DVDAs, everybody.
PSLs is
And lube.
Just replace
DSL
with
is something
penis.
very different.
Yeah.
What?
All right, hang on.
Just say the letters. The letters aren't profane.
No, but I'm just saying.
You
well,
won't
you know what
know.
DSL, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a PSL.
D
just,
sucking lips.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So now you're pee sucking.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, guys.
We used to say
it's a
DSB,
little-
deadly sperm buildup. If you hadn't gotten laid in a year.
Oh.
Yeah. I have
That's
DSB.
here.
man.
Where's that taking
My
place?
pupils are white.
We are all. This is.
We are.
This is.
This is it.
we're
These are
off the
fall
rails.
activities.
We are off the rails.
I just want to know when
Yes,
you're
I'm
doing.
interested in where the DSL is taking place. I believe I qualify.
I definitely qualify.
Romano, ROMANO.
That was my nickname, by the way.
What?
Are you kidding?
Shut up, DSL.
My girlfriends would call me that. Yes.
Wow.
How ironic.
That is.
No, I wasn't actually using.
I
that
know.
for that,
That's the
but
definition of irony. It's. Oh my God.
It does, yeah. That's like talk about Sling Blade. That's like nicknaming him the Brain.
Right.
Hey, genius.
DSL.
That's funny.
Wow, we still find things out about each other after all these years. So, the Warner Brothers movie A Star is Born remake is pushing its release to May 18th, 2018 from September 28th through
Why is that?
2018. You know what? They don't really give a reason why, but they're moving it up.
This is Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga.
Yeah, exactly. Cooper plays Jackson Maine, who discovers a talented unknown named Allie. That's Lady Gaga. Her eventual fame puts a strain on their romance, and previous versions include the 1937 film starring Frederick Mark and Janet Gaynor.
And the one with James Mason, where I played Norman, Maine.
Yeah, in 1954.
Judy Garland's Esther Blodgett.
Yes, James Mason and Judy Garland.
It was the first time. It was a musical version, and that was the first time.
It was a musical?
The original was not.
Oh, okay. Like they sang.
They sang. There were songs sung.
But did they sing?
Often.
Did they sing dialogue to each other, or was it just songs were in it?
There were songs performed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
right.
you, Mr. Mason. And have some Thunderbirds.
Yeah, thank you. When
Yes.
friends drop by unexpectedly, I break out the Thunderbird and beef jerky.
Beef jerky?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And everyone leaves with a small Tupperware container full of taco dip.
Oh.
That's how we roll at the Mason house.
Do we still have the Thunderbird? See if you can find that audio. Look up James Mason and Thunderbird, which was basically Thunderbird is like the malt liquor
Right.
that you'll find, discarded bottles of in
Alleyways,
In
yeah,
alleyways. And, a reminder that the deadline for you to audition for the Preston and Steve Show Side Stage Live Band Karaoke event is this Friday. So we need to get your YouTube video in. We'll start voting next week, and you could end up on stage performing with the band. Our backing band this year is Musician Impossible. And so instead of just a pre-recorded track popping out, you got musicians that you can vibe with and hang out with on stage. They crank it out and give that power of live music on stage.
It's awesome.
And you will, if you get chosen, you'll get a 4-pack of MM barbecue tickets as well.
One of my really good friends, she texted me and she's like, I want to go to the MM barbecue. And like, we've been doing this for years. And I'm like, she's never asked to go before.
Yeah,
I'm
what's
like,
this about?
That's great. I go, yeah, you can totally come. Like, we'll have a good time. And she's like, I am just coming to see you do karaoke. And I was like, what are you talking about? She was like, your side stage karaoke. It's the Preston. She goes, you guys are all going to do karaoke, right? I go, no. I go, we're just hosting it. We're not singing. She was like, oh, bummer. I don't want to go now.
We should at least get Casey to get up and sing. I mean, he can sing.
He's
amongst us,
done it.
He definitely has a solid voice. So he should get up there and do a song maybe. But
that would be fun.
That would be. All right. But we do need singers. And the deadline, like I said, is this Friday. So if you go to contest@WMMR.com, you could submit that video link. And if you know someone who should be in on it, let them know about it because we'd love for them to enter and end up and be one of our performers. All right. It is time for, and we haven't done this in a little while, Totally Presbo.
Hi, Presbo.
That is correct. Thank you, Getty.
Hi, Presbo.
All right. So I have a few stories I thought that you guys would find a little bit interesting to hear about this morning. We'll start with this particular one. I actually caught it today. There's a new list that has come out of Generation X names that are so rarely used that they're practically extinct.
Generation X names that are so rarely used, they're almost extinct.
Yeah, that they're not being used for babies these days.
My mind reels.
Wait, and who are the Gen Xers again?
Me.
You, okay.
So 1965, between 65 and 1980 is considered Gen X. So I was born in 1968, so I'm right squarely in the middle of that.
So I'm 1880?
1880.
Yeah.
You are generation...
I'm Civil War vet.
Yeah. The TikTok account Nostalgia Nut posted a list of these once popular names that they now say are obsolete. Karen is one of them, as you might imagine.
Yeah, that's a name you don't want to go anywhere near these days.
But I was surprised to me, because obviously I grew up in that era. These are pretty standard names. But surprisingly, not a lot of people are naming their kids anymore. Donna, Carrie, Nigel. You don't hear Nigel.
Yeah, you don't hear Nigel a lot. But Donna and Carrie.
Yeah.
You don't see little, like, hey, Donna.
Yeah.
Like little babies.
What it's going to need is somebody pop culture wise to reinvigorate it. Yeah.
So Tracy, another fairly common name I thought of.
Tracy Philby was the first, one of the first girls to develop.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, these are sounding, like, to me, these sound like
older.
Do they sound to your ear? Okay.
Not like Gertrude or like a grandmother name, but yeah, these sound a little older to me.
Lindsay is another one. I always like that name, Lindsay. Gary.
Gary.
Yeah, Gary is being phased out. Gary Lauer trying to keep that alive. Maybe more people will name their children.
So the
Gary.
names, like when I was growing up, there was Johnny Tremaine, John Adams.
Shut up, dude.
Yeah.
All right.
Though Ben was a great guy, Franklin.
So Cheryl is on this list.
Yeah.
Cheryl Foley.
Claire, your wife.
Yes.
The name is not happening.
Which spelling?
Clare.
Wow, that's the real Irish way.
Tanya is another one.
I always loved that name.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you were a huge Tanya Tucker fan, right?
Tanya Harding. No.
Oh, Tanya Harding.
No.
Lorraine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you don't hear that.
Yeah, I guess I can, to my ear now as you're going through them, they do sound a little antiquated.
Wayne is another one. Then there's Beverly.
I don't associate that with
Beverly.
with Gen X at all.
Thank you, Marissa.
You think that's older or newer?
I think it's older. Yeah, I don't associate it with Gen X. I think of it as an older name.
Didn't she have a couple of Major League Gabos?
Major League Gabos.
Yeah.
I had two friends in high school, Beverly.
Okay. Then you have Dawn. Yeah, I haven't heard that name in a while.
Also an Animal House name.
Dawn Leibowitz.
Yeah. Or is it Fawn?
Fawn.
Yeah.
Dawn was her
Leibowitz.
cousin.
Yeah. Killed
Died in
in
a kiln accident.
Kiln accident.
Give
Kiln
me a pop.
explosion.
That delightful little minx.
Then you have Stuart. I know a couple of Stuarts.
Stu.
Yeah, Stu.
Hey, Stu.
Yeah. Denise.
Denise is a wonderful name.
It is. Keith. That's true. Don't hear many Keiths. I mean, I'm talking about for younger kids. You don't hear those names.
You don't. You don't hear a lot of Keiths.
And then the last one is Barry. Barry, not Bury.
Barry, what are your plans for this child? Short life.
People have a lot of thoughts about this. There are more than 2,200 comments and many that share more names that are never used in 2024. So people commenting, TikTokers have added Mark, Mike, Christine. So like Mark and Mike were just basic standard guy names.
Foundational guy names.
When I grew up. But I
Mike
guess
is-
nowadays.
But Michael, that's like, I mean, that's I feel like that's a family
Michael.
name. If your dad's name or your grandfather was Michael, you're going to at least have that for a first or middle name.
You're saying they're
I don't think
they're
Michael's
so
going away.
entrenched into families
Yeah.
that they'll stay alive simply because of that.
Yeah.
They're also both biblical names.
Yes, Mike,
Yeah.
Mark and Mike. I was thinking the same thing. And
Beverly.
usually those don't. And Beverly.
Beverly was Moses' first wife.
He was married. How many
I
times?
don't. What is it with you? I was meant for greater things.
But yeah, so it seems like the biblical names kind of have a longer shelf life.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
So
but Mark and Mike were both.
Your name transcends it because your name is so unique.
Yeah, but mine's never been popular.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So, but Steve, my name,
That's also, I feel like, a family name, right?
it's also, I think it probably would fall into that foundational sort of, it won't go away. It won't go away. But it's, it always seems to be applicable,
Yeah.
right?
So
Or am I
other
just
ones,
pumping myself up for no reason?
No, I agree with that.
Christine, Lisa.
I named my car Christine.
Oh, yeah. Sorry to hear that. Scott, who we just had on a moment ago. Todd, Melissa, Hassan,
Hassan.
Hason.
Like
Yes.
like spelled like Jason, but with an
Yeah,
H?
but with an H. I think this might be a typo. I think it might be Jason,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, they're right next to each other on the keyboard.
I can see that,
Yeah.
little middle America. I'm naming my son Hassan.
Thanks for your list.
Barbara,
This is Billy, and this is Dan, and my other son, Hassan.
Brett. I always like that name, Brett.
Brett is a
For a
great name.
guy. Yeah. Or girl. There were some girls named Brett. Debbie, Amanda, Cheryl, and Heather are apparently on the antiquated name list. So,
I would agree with this list.
okay. That's kind of interesting. I hadn't thought about that.
I think all of these things, though, can be cyclical. They're names that arise from the ashes, like the proverbial phoenix, that, they become.
Well-
Again, it takes what was the movie that was made the name from the Twilight series? What's her name? Bella. Bella became popular for a while.
Yeah. And we've reported before that some of the, Kathy, you'd mentioned Gladys, and some of those names are coming back around, like Mabel and some of these older names are having a resurgence.
Do you know what one I think you can absolutely bury because it'll never have a chance? There's Hortense.
Hortense.
Yeah, which is
whore.
Yeah, right. It has whore built. It has whore built right into it.
Yep, exactly. So anyhow, Gen X names are starting to be phased out. All right, let's go to another story.
Totally Presbo.
Hi, Presbo.
All right, so Silver Spring, Maryland, the suburb hometown of comedian Dave Chappelle, has been crowned America's best place to raise a family. This is a new study done by Fortune Well. The Washington, D.C. suburb, where the median home value is over $500,000, topped the list. Second on the list, Upper Marion, Pennsylvania.
Oh.
Yes. And then Chantilly, Virginia after that.
Oh, I'm sorry. The first location is in Florida, you said?
No, Maryland.
Maryland.
Silver Spring, Maryland, where Dave Chappelle
But it
grew
was
up.
so successful, they opened up one in Florida.
Yeah, they have a chain now, and that Florida was their
Why
first
is this
expansion.
town says it's in Maryland when it's in Florida?
Steve, you and I share one of the an affinity for one of the greatest songs of all time, Silver Spring by Fleetwood Mac. It was named after that town.
Yes.
Have you ever, Nick, have you been there?
Yeah. I had a lot of friends that lived in D.C. growing up, and so we went quite a bit. It's right outside of, it's like literally borders the district.
Okay.
How does it rank?
My Silver Spring.
How does it rank with Upper Marion? Because that came in second place.
I would say Silver Spring's nicer than Upper Marion.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's just a very subjective opinion.
The
And
ranking.
Fleetwood Mac has written a song about it.
That's right, yeah.
The ranking they analyzed over 2,000 cities nationwide and considered nearly 200 data categories to determine the most family-friendly locations in each state. Dave Chappelle has joked about his upbringing in Silver Springs, as he claimed to have been raised poor around white people and longed to live poverty-stricken in the projects. He said, "My parents did just well enough so I could grow up poor around white people. When Nas and them used to talk about the projects, I used to get jealous. It sounded so fun." That's what he had to say. So the study focused on several key factors, including the appeal of a small city and facilities for old age. The ranking also considered issues such as livability, financial health, and education. Many of the top locations are fast-growing suburbs and edge cities that offer alternatives to expensive urban centers. Another recent list by Stacker named Kildare, a small town, no, you know what? It's Kildare. K-I-L, not a little accent on the beginning, not Kildare, like Kildare.
Right.
Kildare, a small town about 40 minutes outside of Chicago, is the best place to raise a family in 2024, followed by another small town you guys may have heard of, Devon, Pennsylvania.
How about that crap?
Whose population is just 1,890 people. I didn't know Devon was that small.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So Kildare and Devon.
Yeah.
Huh.
So that's another one. So a couple of other.
What about Stranglemoose?
Philadelphia outlying areas that have high rankings for raising a family.
I didn't know. Again, that's a small. I thought Devon had a lot more.
That was a little bit.
Devon's pretty tiny. I grew up in Paoli, which is also relatively small. The funny thing about that area, there's a town called Wayne, which I live right next to now, and Wayne stretches all over the place. Like Wayne is part of King of Prussia, and then it's part of Chesterbrook, and then it's part of like a Valley Forge. It's a weird zip code.
And Devon's right around there, right?
Devon's right next to that. So it goes Wayne, Stratford, Devon.
That all kind of blends in together.
That's why you think Devon is much larger.
Yes.
What the hell's going on?
We refer to the Wayne, that portion of Wayne that's closer to King of Prussia. We're like the King of Prussia Wayne. You're like, okay, because you're not going for us, we would get there a completely different way. Either you get on 202 if you're going to the area near King of Prussia.
I think Wayne's actually in 3 counties. I think it's in Montgomery, Chester, and Delaware counties. And it's the same zip code. It's 19087.
It's funny. It's the same sort of vague between reckoning of boundary lines between Manayunk and Roxborough and that general area. I'm in Manayunk. I'm in Roxborough. You know.
Well, with Devon being that now, Chesterbrook is usually ranked the best place just to live, period, in the country.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Chesterbrook growing up, and a lot of my school friends were from that area and still live in that area, actually. It's a really nice family community.
Well, speaking of Upper Merion, I need to send a congratulations to Blaine Lease, who I was a firefighter with at Gladwin years and years ago. He just became the chief of police for Upper Merion. So he's the third Gladwin firefighter to become a chief of police.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
All right, well, they're apparently the best place to raise a family in the country.
I like that.
Congratulations to you. All right, let's go somewhere else here.
Totally Presbo.
So, according to a new study, watching short snippets of videos or fast forwarding through them, known as digital switching, actually increases your boredom.
So it's interesting you should say this, because I have found I tried to avoid doing it. There's some times when I will do it just, it's a time killer. And I find I actually feel bad after doing it.
Yeah, Steve.
I feel bad after doing it.
I get mad at myself.
Yes.
Like when I'm finished and I look at the time, I'm like, you just sat there for 20 minutes. You did nothing.
You did nothing.
You accomplished nothing.
Yeah.
And what did you
There's
see?
a whole bottle
Nothing.
of wine sitting there.
There is a whole pitcher of margaritas that is full.
Ain't gonna drink itself.
Do you ever find yourself doing that and you're amongst company, whether it be people you know or in some place where you have to wait around, there are strangers there, and you realize that you'll look up and you'll see that everyone is doing it.
Yes.
And you're like, oh my God, I'm doing this too.
Even the pilot's doing it.
I don't, if I'm in a waiting room, especially a doctor's office, somewhere that's going to make you wait a little while, like that I'm okay with because it gives you something to do. But when I find myself at home doing it, I'm like, I could have done laundry. I could have,
I agree. I agree. Where you're just sitting there inert.
By the way, Kathy, I have a laundry story coming up.
Kathy, I feel the same way as you. And when I get to the end of the week and I get that weekly report, if it's gone down, I'm a little proud of myself.
You're proud of yourself.
Yeah,
totally.
I'm like, all right, I actually did a little less time on the phone this week.
So the research involves 7 experiments with more than 1,200 participants who switched from one online video to the next when they were bored. They thought that they'd feel less bored by switching videos instead of watching them all the way through. But it turns out they felt even more bored and less satisfied or engaged with the content. When participants watched entire videos, they felt less bored and found the viewing experience more satisfying, engaging, and meaningful, according to research.
Oh, okay.
So
That's interesting.
what I end up doing, and it's something I never thought I'd be doing, but I do it regularly, I will watch documentaries. I'll watch things full on YouTube.
Yeah.
So I have my whatever I'm into or whatever the algorithm is sending to me, and then I have a lot of YouTube channels that I subscribe to, and a lot of them are just there's a lot of retro stuff. But I am more inclined, even in the evening, a lot. There's not a lot of stuff on broadcast television that I end up watching. I'll watch YouTube videos.
Well, what's good about YouTube is it's kind of old school, Steve. It sends you a recommendation.
Yeah.
I feel like in Netflix, in Prime, you kind of have to go digging for something. There are a few recommendations there, but YouTube is really putting it in your face, saying, we think you might like this.
Right,
Steve, I can put you on the YouTube text chain with my mom if you want the suggestions she sends every week.
Yeah.
Steve, we get them every Sunday at about 8
Ways
a.m.
to avoid anal cancer. Yeah,
Yep,
stuff like that.
Sure
Yeah.
is.
Wow.
Brush your kids' teeth. YouTube search.
There are bugs in that gumball machine.
And she puts the title of what it is on YouTube.
So this is mainly when you're sitting there, and I guess I don't know if doom scrolling is part of the phrase, but if you're going through videos and going no, you watch like 3 seconds of it, no, move on. That's this digital switching.
But you know what? Part of the deal is also you have just a couple of seconds before the algorithm looks at you and goes, "You like this." And it'll start sending you a whole bunch of similar stuff.
Dr. Katie Tam, the lead study author, said digital switching may make the content of online videos seem meaningless because people don't have time to engage with or understand the content. Just like paying for a more immersive experience in a movie theater, more enjoyment comes from immersing oneself in online videos rather than swiping through them.
So a case could be made where they used to crap all over sitting and playing a video game. That's better for you because you're more immersed in a story and you're actually engaged, as opposed to just, this flashing light in your face as you're popping through video after video.
I give myself a little leeway with this. There are times where I'll catch myself scrolling too much, but it's instead of opening emails and then getting caught up in work or doing something. This is just kind of like,
It's like your little latte.
Few minutes of me time.
I gotcha.
But I always have to end on a good video. If it's a terrible video, I need to swipe one more time to make sure it was worth it.
Not to be indelicate, but if you're in the bathroom, is that a scrolling time for you?
Isn't it for everybody?
Yeah. I mean, it kind of, so actually I end up watching YouTube videos.
You know what? No, I don't watch a lot of videos. I usually play a game.
In the bathroom?
In the bathroom.
Okay.
I find that more engaging.
Like badminton?
So, no, not like badminton. No, like a crossword puzzle or solitaire or something along those lines.
Something that you could stay seated and play.
Yes,
Yeah.
And be engaged in as opposed to just watching. My mind is working. Gets my mind off the business I'm trying to do at the time.
The business that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, another thing. And another thing.
Totally Presbo.
Hi,
we need to
Presbo.
start and another thing.
So, Kathy, I mentioned laundry. So there's apparently a distinct generational gap when it comes to separating your clothing and washing them in, when you
Whites and
separate your whites and
colors.
colors and all that stuff. We still have a kind of system where things get separated, and I don't really pay attention to that system because
you're a rebel.
No, because
you don't care.
You don't really have that problem anymore with the bleeding colors that you used to back in the day. And I was reading, and that's why this article
speaking the truth here.
This is why this caught my eye.
Well, it depends on the quality of the product too sometimes because
Exactly.
It will still bleed sometimes.
Younger generations are no longer so strict about washing dark with dark and light with light. Sorting your clothes before you wash them, according to this article, still has some benefits, but according to Lifehacker, the need to do this extra step has decreased with the rise of fast fashion and synthetic fabrics. Synthetic materials are generally less prone to bleeding out the dye and color than natural fibers, though they hold up much poorer in the long run. Fast fashion also means clothes are cheaper than they've been throughout history. As a result, people are less concerned about preserving their wardrobes for years to come.
Okay. So I was scarred as a child because my mom did my laundry and she turned pretty much anything that I had that was white turned out pink. So at a very young age, I was like, don't touch my laundry.
She wouldn't separate your colors.
My mom's
Nothing.
not that type. Like it just
Right.
all went in the,
She's not
the
Laura
washing
Ingalls.
machine.
Yeah.
No. So at a very young age, I was like, look, I'll do my own laundry. So I've been doing my own laundry since I was very young. And I still separate. I will never put a white shirt in with, and I separate. I go an extra step. You're probably going to hate me for this, but I don't care. I do darks, which are like black, brown, dark purples. You know, any like very dark, and then I will do colors,
like earth colors.
No, I usually do like bright colors because I have a lot of bright clothing. So I'll do the bright color load, and then white, and sometimes I'll do like a light like gray and cream because I don't want to put it in with my whites. Sometimes if the laundry is the load is big enough.
There we go. Now I can do the laundry.
Do you think red is
I just dropped 3 loads.
is the worst bleeding color?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, red is. I lost a whole bunch of shirts one time to a red. It was a La Tigre too.
Anybody do you ever lose your favorite piece of clothing because of bleeding colors?
It became a pink frock.
I had this is when I was still in high school. I had an animal, from the Muppet Show shirt. I loved it. I left it over at my friend Danny's house, and his dad washed it.
Oh, man. Danny's dad.
And
that freak.
It bled and went pink, and it was like not even a good pink. It was just, if it would have covered it completely and been I was so pissed.
Yeah.
And I got no apology whatsoever from them. I was so angry.
I'm going to kill him.
Kathy, do you use the dark detergent?
Like to preserve the colors?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, explain this to me quickly about the.
There's detergent that says it preserves the color of your.
Okay. I see.
But I don't put a lot of stuff in the dryer, so that really saves me from anything wearing.
Well, you like do lighter loads in the dryer?
She likes wearing wet clothing.
No, I'll hang dry.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, not like
outside.
No. I have like a drying rack in my room, and I'll hang it on that. But most of my like nicer clothes will go on there. T-shirts, shorts, socks, underwear, stuff like that.
Because the dryer will beat up your clothes pretty good.
Yeah, it'll fade the fabrics.
Okay.
So I have a lot of black. I'm literally wearing it head to toe right now, and I use that. But when I run out of the regular detergent, I've used the dark on my whites. And it turned it like dingy.
Oh, do you mean the actual color of the detergent?
No, there's a
What is
special.
it made of pumice?
There's a special detergent that's supposed to keep your blacks black.
Black, right? Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Like dark and deep. But it turned my whites like a grayish color.
Because it probably has a
little
bit
bit
of dye in it.
The hell is going on?
So detergents, according to this article, have also upgraded their formulas quite a bit, giving way to much better color protection without much assistance on your part. Using cold water to do laundry also helps reduce the chances of any color bleeds.
Yeah.
And there's a list on how to separate your laundry here, which I can go through, but Nick is going to comment.
Well,
first.
just getting back to Reds real quick, Kathy, I think you'll appreciate this. I have so much Phillies gear that I can I can do a Reds only
There you
load.
go, yes.
Yeah, and so I'll keep those Reds separate from everything else.
That's sort of like my bright color look.
That's right. Yeah, it's the Phillies.
That's like my assless chaps.
It's Phillies laundry day.
So there are still instances where it is fairly necessary to separate your laundry. So don't cut corners and wash your towels.
Oh yeah. God. I wanted to jump in because this is my number one. Sorry, good.
No, you go ahead. Tell me.
The towels are towels. They do not go with clothing.
And is it the reason?
Why?
Never.
Is it because of little fabrics? A, and then B, also when you dry them together, you can't dry towels with regular clothing as well, correct?
Well, it's like you'll get like little pills or part of the fabric, which also probably doesn't even happen anymore, but that's still a rule.
So with my very light lingerie, is it okay to wash it with my welding helmet?
No.
Hand wash, Steve. Hand wash. Also, socks go with towels. Gym socks.
Oh,
if
no,
they're like
I don't.
Kathy says
dress,
no. Says you're a filthy creature.
Dress socks material is okay with the regular clothes, but if they are gym socks, they go with the towels.
Kathy,
it's like a caveman talking, isn't it, Kathy?
Yeah, I disagree with that. Sorry.
Well, I'm curious for Kathy and Marissa, how often do you guys hand wash stuff, like things that might be delicate?
Well, I will look when I purchase stuff, and if it's hand wash, unless I really want it, I kind of am like, I don't know about this. But if it says hand wash, I will do it. It will sit in the bottom of my laundry bin for like a good month after I wear it, and then finally I'll do the few things that are in there that say hand wash.
All right, illuminate us on the breakdown here.
Continuing on, it says, don't wash your towels and dirty clothes simultaneously. Now, they say that the difference in weight and material will affect how well they get cleaned and dry.
Okay.
You should also separate your workout gear from your everyday outfits.
100%.
The material, do you know why? Why do you do it?
Oh, I do it because it just is like
The
much.
Lord wants you to.
Well, no, first of all, there's different materials, but it's sweatier and dirtier than some of my other clothes.
Yeah, but they're all going to get clean.
I know, but I don't know.
No, sorry.
No.
Yeah, it's got sweat.
The material for athletic apparel might be water resistant and could require a different kind of detergent.
So there are a lot of things that are the specific workout gear is made of those, whatever kind of Gore-Texy kind of.
And you're not supposed to put some of that in the dryer either. I do put my workout clothes in the dryer. So I break some rules, Preston.
Okay.
Rebel.
Can you imagine the meticulous nature of the laundry experience at Kathy's house?
Listen, but here's the problem. This is why I have so many clothes in my closet, because everything still looks good. Like, I take such good care of stuff that when I get rid of it, I'm like, oh, that still looks nice. But like, it's out of style or it doesn't fit or whatever it is.
That hoop skirt still looks nice.
Yeah.
Now, they also recommend to leave your latest vintage find out of the load, as older pieces might need a more gentle setting and may even need to be hand washed. And if you have any undergarments with silk or lace, you should throw those in their own load to make sure that they don't snag on other items.
So do you wash your waistcoat separately?
I do.
Yeah.
Always have.
Nick, you're talking about having sports gear. Now I'll buy like a vintage Eagle shirt or a vintage Philly shirt. And you know the guy that had it before me threw it in the wash. It was sweaty. He cut the lawn in it, whatever. And here I am hand washing the same shirt to like make sure it's preserved
You're trying
just a
to,
few more years.
Hang on, yeah. He didn't care, but you do.
So anyhow, enlightening you on laundry, you technically don't really have to separate a whole lot of it now because of, I mean, as far as colors bleeding go, it's really come a long way. You used to have to be very diligent about that, but they've made a lot of advances, and it's not quite as stringent as it used to be. All right, another story.
Totally Presbo.
Thought this was interesting. Burning Man is experiencing a decline in ticket sales for the first time since 2011.
If I were to pick a year where it was obviously going to take a hit, it would be the year following Mudapalooza.
Yeah. With tickets still available just days before the August 25th start of the event. Several factors are believed to be contributing to the ticket sale decline, including extreme weather conditions at the last two festivals and current economic challenges, leading many potential attendees to reconsider their plans.
I got offered tickets this year. It's Labor Day, right? I think it starts the week before Labor Day. Yeah. So our friends that are the Van There people, they're going back, and they were hanging out with Pierre last year, and Pierre got stuck in all of it. But they're going back this year. They love it. They go every year.
They go every year.
And
What about Giacchino?
Michael Giacchino goes every year too. He absolutely loves it. So I think if it's your jam and you want to go back, I get it, but it really holds very little appeal to me.
Yeah,
really?
I think it's more Kathy's thing being out there in the mud. The story that blew my mind of the last year's experience was that the ground had been so deeply baked for so many years that all this excessive flooding was reactivating this like lizard or bug or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah.
And they were coming back to life and crawling through the mud.
Oh,
and
dear God.
Yes.
Get me out of here. I don't want to go anywhere near it.
I'd like to do it. I'm going to wait till after someday when I have more time, retirement or something like that, and go check it out. I like the idea of the bohemian nature of it, whatever, the music and all the weird costumes and outfits and kind of alt lifestyles and orgies and everything. I think it would be kind of cool
docking
to see and experience that. Not even necessarily. I mean, the bonfire would be pretty cool too. But
well, we've been told that the van life people have mentioned as well. There is this multiple. Sort of artistic areas where you have these things going on and different music and different food and so on and so forth. And apparently there is a VIP area or a one level up area where you have less bugs and mud.
I do have a friend who goes. She goes with a whole other group of friends, and they go every year, and they make a big thing of it. And they are not the type of people that you would expect to see here.
I was surprised you even knew people who would go to this type of thing.
They've got a lot of money, and they'll get like some crazy, gorgeous RV or whatever it is, and they travel out there together. Yeah, and dress in. They have outfits specifically for this. They would never wear them any other time.
How do they wash those?
But there. And they have a blast. They love it. I think they go and do a lot of drugs and then come home.
They get destroyed, yeah. I think that's one of the big attractions also is that it's sort of a public drug fest.
But and then they come home and they're like normal people.
Yeah,
like
school
it's kind,
moms.
Like it's kind of their. I mean, listen, I don't know. I'm
It's
not
an
into
outlet
it,
for
but
them.
It's
I mean, they get
It's
to
Aunt B.
They get to escape. They get to go do something that they normally wouldn't do. A friend sent me a video of the Fish Festival this weekend.
yeah.
I wanted to get Casey's impression on it, but that it was down in Delaware, and I heard that was kind of like a zoo, a carnival type of thing, and people were there for what, 2 or 3 days, Maris?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 3 days.
Yeah. Yeah.
So instead of Firefly this year, they had this in kind of in the same time frame. And the only band playing is Fish.
Right.
But you can see there's lots of they call them activations where there's something to pose in front of, there's games to play. They've been doing this. What's it called, Nick?
Oh man, I don't. Mondegreen, is that it?
Possibly. I'm not sure. But whatever this festival is called, they move it around the country. And now it's in Delaware, in
Kathy,
Dover.
do you think that your friends go and do this to be to like escape their life, be somebody else for a little while?
Yeah.
It seems to be
Yeah.
that, doesn't it? Where you get to be somebody who you feel you might be really, but you can't do it in public.
Yeah. And they do they'll post pictures and stuff like that. So it's not like they're secretive about it, but I
Right.
mean, you have to see their outfits and their hair. And I mean, it's nuts. It's not them. It's weird.
Have they invited you?
No, hell no. No, she goes with a different group. I don't know the group that she goes with.
And besides, they know they'd be miserable. Kathy would bring the
Hey,
miserable
let's bring a
along.
downer with us.
Yeah.
So resale sites are offering tickets at reduced prices, and the organizers are holding a last-minute sale to attract more attendees to the event that usually brings around 80,000 people to the event.
Do you know what might get them if they were to offer Wolverine popcorn buckets?
There's a Beetlejuice one now. I wonder, though, if this is something to reset. This is an event that has gotten so big that maybe it's okay to kind of
To rethink
bring
it?
down a little bit, reset.
Maybe hold
bring
it
back
in a
to its-
luxury hotel?
No, there are some events that just, the idea is to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And a lot of times that can take a little bit of the actual heart out of some events.
Yeah, no, it's true.
And maybe if it's knocked back a little bit, that might help.
Didn't that happen with Coachella? Didn't Coachella became sort of a parody of Coachella?
Yeah, exactly. All right, I think, it's almost 9 o'clock. I think we're going to wrap up the Presbo thing here, guys.
Totally Presbo.
So, Getty, it's time to say goodbye.
Bye, Presbo.
All right, thank you. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We're going to have Mr. Dave Raymond in here. The original Philly fanatic is stopping by, talking about his book and a few other things. So we'll chat with him in a moment. Other stuff is coming up as well. Stay with us. Yes.
The unusual flavor of Thunderbird wine. It's an exceptionally good drink for every occasion. Thunderbird has an unusual flavor all its own.
The usual flavor. What I imagine perhaps a sloth seminal fluid to taste like.
Oh my God!
Wow.
That's unusual for sure, as I'm only guessing, having not ever gone down on a sloth. Unusual for sure.
Nobody's ever said that.
Oh my God, I'm wheezing like crazy. Oh.
Not quite like anything I've ever tasted.
It actually physically sticks in my teeth, which you don't find in most liquids.
I suggest that you try Thunderbird. It's really delightful.
Best way to get rid of unwanted friends.
This is peak lazy. Walmart has revealed it is testing a service in Silicon Valley that delivers groceries straight into customers' refrigerators.
They'll pack your fridge for you?
Yep.
They'll pack your ass, Preston.
You moving? Bend over and I'll pack your
All
ass.
right,
for
is
you.
this because
Help you pack your ass?
Amazon, you have Amazon is like pantry or whatever, and then Amazon Fresh, where they deliver it to your
How about
doorstep.
Amazon Rectum, where they actually feed you the food and then push it through your...
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
So the problem we have with the Amazon Fresh isn't really anything except for the fact that when they pack the frozen food and the perishable foods, they have ice packs to keep it fresh. Now we have like 70.
You don't have to
we
keep
have
them.
70 ice packs.
You don't have to keep them.
Right?
You
Do
can
you know what?
actually throw some of them out
If
if
you
you
can,
want.
drop them off at retirement homes. They love to play with them.
Wait a minute. So you feel obligated to keep them all?
Well, all right. So they did come in handy for the shore this past summer. 'Cause
I keep a couple of them.
Yeah, we kept a whole bunch in the freezer. So when we would take a cooler down to the beach or whatever, but
can't you return them?
I guess you
No,
could.
it's just plastic with
hang on.
water in it.
Oh, all right.
It's
Wait,
not.
by the way, what is it just plastic with
No,
water in it? Because
it's-
those things stay frozen for days.
No, yeah. Poke one open, drain it out.
Drink it.
Drink it.
Drink it.
No thanks.
and then no, I'm saying if you want to get rid of them, and then throw it in the recycling.
Isn't
my
it
point is I don't
airline
think-
employee semen? Isn't that what it is?
I don't think it's just water. I will bet you.
Oh.
What?
That would be a great idea.
wait a
I will
Okay.
bet you
Oh.
a shopping spree
Oh.
that it is more than just water. What do you mean no?
Make it more interesting.
Well,
Shopping
what
spree.
does
I want your ripped shirt.
Yeah, complete the
You
rip
have to
on
wear
your
it.
shirt.
back.
Rip
With
it
the
all the
underpants
way
down.
down.
Rip the rest
of your shirt.
Yeah.
And you got to bet.
We now rip it below knocker level.
you have to puncture them first, right? You can't
No.
just throw them away full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that too much effort?
Did you say yo? Or did you say no?
I said yeah.
yeah.
Yo.
Okay.
I said yeah.
Yo, buddy.
Yo.
Anyway, yes, we started hanging on to a few of those as well, and then what am I doing? And I just started throwing them away. So.
I'm done with the coat I wanted to make out of these.
All right, hold on.
What?
We may
Breaking news?
No, it's not. No, it's not breaking news. Don't do it.
Too late.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
A lot of texts are coming in
Breaking news. Do.
saying that they've opened those things up, and there's all kinds of blue stuff and sticky and
Oh my gosh.
things inside of it.
Kathy, where's he going to take you?
Where are we going? Saks, Preston, right after the show.
Sex?
Sex right after
yeah.
the show.
Sex
Wow.
after the show with Kathy.
Here's another one. So it says the packs say on it that you can cut them and empty them down the drain.
Oh. Well, I don't read things.
Here's somebody says I'm the owner of Amazon. The fluid is from aborted babies.
Oh, good God.
Another level.
Okay, I don't know.
That's not funny.
But what see? Now you may be taking about your service. Is yours from Amazon?
No, mine's HelloFresh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do.
Hello, Fresh.
Blue Apron. I want to go to this call on the line real quick, and then we're going to take a break in just a moment. So I'm going to go to Harry. Hey, Harry, how you doing?
Good. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
Hey, most townships have a thing like once a year or so. They call it, one of the names they use is called Clean Sweep.
Yeah.
And if you have like paint cans or drain cleaner or something like that you don't want any kind of chemical like that.
Household hazardous waste. Yeah.
Yeah. You could take it there, and most of them don't charge you anything for it because they just want you to get rid of it safely.
I got to look for that because I have a whole bunch of paint cans I'm looking to get rid of. I have all the stuff
Harry.
from my meth lab I'm looking to get rid of. Yeah.
No, I have a ton of stuff that I need to throw
And you never
out.
know, and you don't want to like battery acid or you know what else I have a lot of those old kerosene, not kerosene, those old the fuel for the little
Oh, yeah.
barbecues. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the,
little containers,
propane tanks, right?
the mini propane tanks.
Go to your trash provider or trash, whatever you want to call it.
Trash provider.
Not your
I
trash
didn't get
provider.
my trash delivery this week. I'm sitting here without any garbage. Everyone looks like they're far more.
Your disposal provider.
Where is my trash delivery? I put the cans out at the curbside. I'm waiting. Everyone else has their trash. Do you want me to look like an idiot?
Sorry, sir.
What am I paying for?
Do you want general trash, or do you want like hobo trash? Do you want the classic fish bones and flies, or do you want?
We go with like large,
Some boxes, styrofoam, stuff like that would be fine.
Yeah.
Shredded paper, documents that make me look important.
All right, sir.
We're sorry for the confusion.
Who is
We are the
your
nation's
trash
number one
provider?
trash provider. Anyhow, if you call it your trash service, or go on their website, it will tell you how you can go about disposing of household hazardous waste.
I always forget to do that, so you end up with 45 cans of old paint in your house.
Yeah, that's true. You're just tuning in. It's Michael Cudlitz who is here with us.
The earlier roles, you have 90210. You're also in Dragon the Bruce Lee story, right?
Hey, Chinaman, teach us those moves.
Wait a minute. You were in that scene?
Yeah, he's one of the.
I am that scene.
Wait, where?
I'm Bruce Lee.
No.
Dude, you were phenomenal.
I'm amazing.
You looked Asian. You looked Asian.
Wait, when he was in the going to college and he's training in the. I
represent the man.
Okay, I have to go back and I've seen that movie a bunch of times.
But
you were very forgettable in it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. What's the show again? What do you guys do? When does this air? Is this on? This will be on TV later, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
but listen,
radio. They still do that.
We're huge in Lakewood.
I know nobody's there, so I couldn't tell you. I'll go back and see what's going on.
Listen, I got on board with The Walking Dead very, very late. It was I didn't start until the 6th season. Then I watched every day, and in fact, it helped me out. It actually helped me lose some weight because I made a decision that I got it on Netflix. And I'm going to watch. The only time I'm going to watch it is when I'm exercising. So it became my appointment to exercise. I could only exercise when I was watching Walking Dead. I could only watch Walking Dead when I was exercising. It was actually a really cool thing to do. So I became a huge fan of this. I've gotten all the way up to the end of season 6. And then it stopped on Netflix. It ends.
Oh my god!
And then I had to wait because I couldn't go watch the current. I had to wait until it came back around. So that just recently.
And we kept you protected. We kept you in the
Nobody
dark.
told me anything. And Casey says, "Listen, before Michael comes in, watch the first episode of season 7."
He's a giver.
He is. I didn't watch it, but I read on my little prep sheet a little spoiler alert. So I found out today, man. I'm sorry.
All right, it's okay. I may or may not come back by the end of the season.
There's always flashbacks, man. And
no, last year. She's over here going, no, end of season 7.
I mean, even now, there's still some people who are not quite sure what happens to your character.
I know. Well, yes, and that's the thing where where does that line drawn? Where you can't talk about that.
Yeah,
like, bro, it's like
come on, dude.
It's in a year.
Yeah.
We get to talk about it. Abraham's dead. Dead. Okay, if you're listening in your car and you're driving your kids to school, Abraham is dead. Not only Abraham is dead, then they kill Glenn.
Yeah. Oh, and that was
You're
pretty
right.
brutal
There needs to be an expiration date.
Like a come to Jesus moment. There should be, like in the Hunger Games, an announcement across on some universal PA system. Yeah. Okay, now we can talk about it.
For some reason, the final scene in the end of season 6 stuck with me for a long. I thought about it every single day, just because it was gripping, and obviously it was you don't know who's on the receiving end of the bat, and I just. I don't know why, but every single day, at least once a day, I would just think Negan, bat, head, and that's Who is it? And it wasn't.
And we all thought it was gonna be Maggie. Let's beat up the sick pregnant lady.
Yeah.
Right, network television.
To me, it didn't matter who it was. I just knew that somebody that I had cared about for a few years was going to be gone, and I had preferred it to be Eugene, but it wasn't.
Yeah, me too. I was hoping for that.
That annoying bastard.
The reaction. I'm a fan of the show too, so I was kind of like a little part of me was pissed off that they did us both at the same time. Mm-hmm. But it's kind of brilliant too because it's so brutal, and it is that reminder that Kirkman always says he wants to constantly remind the audience that it's a dangerous world that we're living in. Mm-hmm. It's not Star Trek, where Captain Kirk, he's in danger, but that's okay because he'll be on next week.
Exactly.
It's like,
exactly.
He may actually blow Captain Kirk's head off this week.
Yeah,
and that changes the whole viewing experience.
It does,
and I would argue that these 2 deaths were not actually any more violent than anything we've seen on the show, but you don't care about any of those other characters.
That's a good point.
About these characters,
because other characters have been ripped apart.
Oh, Noah got it nailed in the revolving door up against the glass, getting ripped apart. We've had people literally holding their guts, going, "What? I don't." Jeez. I mean, there's been some really nasty, awesome visual stuff.
I think for me, I got to the game a season late. It might have been 2 seasons late. And for me, it was because I didn't want to watch a zombie show. And then I realized that this is it's not a horror show. Mm-hmm. And I didn't realize it until I was probably about halfway through the first episode, maybe the second episode, because I kind of watch horror movies with my hands over my eyes. And I realized that I didn't have to do that. And then I realized that the zombies are a background almost like the trees are. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it was really all about the relationships between these people and, what that type of situation will do to a person.
Yeah, turn into when there's overwhelming crisis, you know.
Well, it's like if you had a chance to rebuild society, what would you do?
Yeah.
You know, if
A
you had
feudal society,
you had
or-
well, yeah, and,
You know,
and
yeah.
how would it fail? What are the same mistakes you would make?
Right.
You know, even though you think, oh, this time we'll do it different. You know, and you see through the show, you know, that absolute power does corrupt, absolutely. And you see people change, and you see people make mistakes. You know, the show's very human.
I want to ask you, how much does the Talking Dead series add to the fandom of this show? Because
the show's a very emotional show. You get very connected to the characters, and horrible things happen to them, and then you're left home alone with that. And this is a way to, I think, share what you're feeling, to sort of know you're not alone. And, you know, Chris has described it as the warm hug after the show. And you know, we laugh at that, but I think it is. You know, you get to process the show. You get to hear what other people thought about it. If you were, maybe you think, well, I think he or she is feeling this, or they're going through that, and then you hear people talk about it, and you get to sort of bounce your ideas off their ideas. So it is an extension in a way of the sort of the social media of it all, and that I think we like. I mean, we like that interaction. We like, you know, knowing we're right or wrong, or you know, being not necessarily corrected, but sort of like, what happened there? And if somebody talks about it, and that is what happened there, you know,
it's brilliant.
It's great. Yeah.
Michael, I wanted to ask us. I know you've voiced some characters in Call of Duty. They have a new World War II game coming out. Steve and I are massive fans of the World War II. I know they've spanned all kinds of different campaigns and so forth, but my favorites have been the one in the World War II. Did you voice any in that particular
Nothing
game?
recent. I've been out of town for the last 4.
Okay.
Is voice acting for a video game a much different animal? Is it? We always hear it's sort of weird because you're kind of just freelining it, and that's it.
You're like, basically, this is a session, except you do it for 2.5 hours. Reload! Reload! Over here! Over there! Under there! Under here! Behind the tank! Behind the Jeep! For 2 days. 2 days.
2 days of that?
Yeah, and that's like, I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding.
That's great. So, with the cutscenes, at least, you have a little bit of
Reload! Can't use that one.
Reload.
Reload. That's great. What? No, it wasn't great.
Great to have you here. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Michael Cutlets, guys. It's here from Walking Dead, 93.3 WMMR. Visitor to October. Thanks, Kath. Our next guest is here in our studio. We've had him before. Great conversation, by the way, and no stranger to you, my friend, because he is the original to wear the Philly Fanatic. Where is that music coming from?
I ruined that so
Okay, well, I was going to play Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Let's reset that again.
There's a little concert.
Here, hang on a second here. And you know him. Yes. He was originally the one who wore the Philly Fanatic outfit. Mr. Dave Raymond.
Hey, good
is
morning,
here with us.
everybody.
How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing great, but I was so challenged when I came into the lounge and saw the anonymous chess game going on. I said, I'm not smart enough to be on the show, and I'm a listener, so I know that I'm smart enough to be on the show.
Well, there's a chessboard in there for people who aren't unfamiliar, and Casey had the idea. He wanted to set it up there and just see if he could have sort of this passive game going on where people can just stop by and make a move, and it's actually been going quite well.
Yeah, it's a power fun.
Yeah,
every little thing. It's around us all over. We'll talk a little bit about that.
Dave, did the Fanatic, was there ever a game created with the Fanatic? You know what I mean?
Well, I actually have a board game. There's
Okay.
some things that were created that did not catch on. This was one of them.
Okay.
But that's why I have probably the only one.
So
that
you
was
have
sold.
the prototype for the game?
Yeah, it was really. I mean, when I remember after the first game in April 25th of 1978, I saw in the paper the next day that Tim McCarver said we won against the Cubs, and McCarver goes, "Well, we're 1-0 with the Fanatic," and I remember grabbing the paper and going, "Look, they put the Fanatic's name in the paper."
Yeah.
So anything that they did with that in the early time for me, and really no one expected it to be a success, to see those things happen. So yeah, board games. There was a comic strip for a long time in a local Philly paper, and I look at it now with the Bryce Harper energy.
sure.
How the Fanatics brand has just taken off.
Yeah.
So I have not met him, but I absolutely love him, and I don't want to know whether it was manipulated or whether he just did it out of the true love of the Fanatic. So I'm trying to believe that it was just a true love that, when I see him hit a grand slam and you see his shin guard and it's the Fanatic's face on it.
I believe he put that on himself. I think he started wearing the headband and all that on his own. I think he knew how endearing it is and the character is to the fans. And he's not only is he a superstar, he's a fan. He would be a fan favorite outside of that anyway. I think he kind of.
I think so. I think you're right.
He exudes that kind of that synergy with the crowd.
Yeah. Well, he's got young kids now, so as they start getting a little bit older, then he really, really will love the Fanatic. When you see what it does, I had a unique situation where my 33-year-old son Kyle was just a young kid while I was the Fanatic, and he got to play wiffle ball with Mike Schmidt. I mean, he had every opportunity to live a dream of a young kid who, as he grew up, he didn't even realize how great it was. But my three kids, Carly, Maddie, and Dylan, grew up while I was not. But I got to bring them to the game, and I had access. So my two daughters would jump up on the dugout with the Fanatic to dance. And I never saw that before. I never saw the beauty of that, because I would take my daughter's hands to walk them back to their seats, and everybody's yelling, "Oh, honey, that was beautiful. You were amazing." And I see my kids' faces light up, and I go, this is the first time I had a chance to really see the positive wake of the Fanatic and that power.
It's a cool thing. It's a cool thing to have sway over.
It's unbelievable. And it continues.
I would like to urge those who are younger now and considering careers to think about a mascot, because Dave is 68 years old. And dude, you look like the fountain of youth.
Seriously.
I mean,
thank you.
That I don't know if it was the sweat inside of the costume but you're in unbelievable shape.
Well, the Phillies took care of me financially. They were wonderful, but I could have made $1 billion in the healthcare industry. everyone would have to pay up front.
You get your mascot.
They give me the money, they pay me up front, and then I go, what do? Well, put this coat on, this winter coat, put a bag over your head, and run around in 100-degree temperature for the next 6 hours, and you will be fine.
You're going to be super healthy.
To that point, Preston had a story earlier, made the news about this Yankees player who found out he had an allergy to the batting gloves. And so you're basically in a sweat cocoon.
Yeah, the guy who was upset or got allergic reaction to sweating.
Yeah,
but it was just his hands and feet. I said I would have been a blister. I'd have been a human blister.
Did you do it when you're in? By the way, you're dealing with at that time antiquated mascot technology.
Exactly.
What were the conditions like, and what did you do to help mitigate some of the more insufferable? It's 102-degree game day.
Well, I was an athlete, so I was playing college football during the time, and we had double sessions. The NCAA doesn't allow that anymore. We had double sessions. I'm like, this is going to be simple. I was in the costume for 10 minutes, and I had worked my way down to the field.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't walk back up there. And just the third out was made, and I went, I got to jump over this railing, and I'm going to run out of the big back, the door behind home plate at Veterans Stadium, because I knew I could get out.
Yeah.
I jumped over the railing, and people went nuts. And the umpire waved at me, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to get on the field more. So it was out of my self-preservation.
Right, you were dying because you were dying.
Yes.
A new tradition was born.
You eventually adapted to it, but the bane of my existence was showers. I'd take 6 and 7 showers a day. That was worse on my skin than the sweat was. But it truly, I mean, I look back on it now, people very kind to say that about the way I look. But I did marry a younger woman.
Right.
That apparently puts a few years on
She was 15 at the
men's
time.
Life. But it just, I'm around this fun and happiness. It follows me. People are constantly telling me how much they love, what I did. And the Fanatic is still so vibrant and relative today that it's just constant gratitude. I got to feel like I got to make up for that. So I think that keeps you young too.
So Dave, speaking of gratitude, I really enjoyed this past weekend of Phillies baseball. They won 3 of 4, which was cool to see. And there was a lot of looking back and fond memories. It's 20 years of Citizens Bank Park. And then they talked a lot about the vet. And it was alumni weekend, and they put Mr. David Montgomery on the Phillies Wall of Fame. So people were sharing great stories about him, which I thought were really impactful and really heartfelt. One story that I'd never heard before, Scott Fransky and Larry Anderson were telling, was that when Mr. Montgomery would talk about the Phillies. He said the name of the team is the Philadelphia Phillies, and Philadelphia is our first name. And David Montgomery, put everything around that everything fed back into the city. Can you talk a little bit about what your experiences were like with Mr. Montgomery and his perspective and outlook on the game?
Well, as a young kid, I was so blessed with enlightened leaders, so Bill Giles and David Montgomery. And these were a couple of my first adult friends. So if you can ever remember, like you leave your house, you go get your job, and suddenly you're best friends with somebody who's your dad's or mom's age. That was intimidating. But then they would collaborate with me because they said, go have a good time, go have fun. And then I'd have Bill Giles would say, hey, why did you do this in the fifth inning? I said, Mr. Giles, I won't do that anymore. He goes, no, I want to know what you were doing because let's see what we can do more of that. And David grew up in the sales office, and he became the guy that I negotiated my contracts with. But I learned so much from him. He suggested, hey, you should, get a representative for you. Come in. You're not going to bring them in without you being in the room with me. But I want to make sure that you're protected.
It's odd.
This is a guy who could have easily taken advantage.
It's an odd thing to have hey, we suggest you get agents to do. They don't want that.
But that was funny because Tony Siegel, who was one of our executives at the time, and he was like you guys. He could always throw a zinger. I'm walking down the hallway after the first negotiation I did where I brought in my lawyer, Ronnie Sklar. And as I'm walking down the hallway, he sees me and says, hey, Dave, how you doing? Oh, wait, do I need a third party to say hello to you? So there was some pushback, but it was all in jest.
If you're just tuning in, Dave Raymond, the original Philly fanatic, is joining us. The book you have is called The Power of Fun, and you do quite a bit of keynote speaking. And anybody can reach out and see about hiring you to come out and talk to. Well, who do you talk to? What do you
anybody's
like
a human being.
Yeah.
I was just at the PIAA conference for officials. There were 1,400 people there. I spoke at Spring Grove area school district for their Teachers Appreciation Day. Healthcare frontline workers. I'm speaking to the Retired Pennsylvania Police Association, and it's all just about trying to understand that we're in charge of our own happiness.
Okay.
And the ways that the fanatic taught me without me knowing that this was happening to me naturally, and then studying positive psychology. And it is so much fun to be in service of the audience and tell them something that they can use. And then the feedback that I get just blows me away, that the things that they share about it.
Do you know what I think is weird? The tendency is to treat things like that, the pursuit of happiness, or those things that you do, the tools that you might implement to get to that place. Sometimes it's perceived as frivolous. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're being cavalier. That's not. You're not a serious person if that's something that you're really working towards, and denying how essential it is for a quality of life.
Well. And your brain is against you. That's the reason why you think of it being frivolous. I talk about fun as being something that we've undervalued, and that it should be in your toolkit. Show up on time, you be prepared, all the work that you do to make this great show. But you use fun constantly to engage your listeners. And that is the basis of doing that for yourself. So the first time when you think something's frivolous or silly, that's a thing that you should think, well, wait a minute. The Fanatic did funerals. We did funerals. So many, we said we put FUN in funerals. And it was because people outside just naturally said, well, this will be great to have the Fanatic here. Let's do this. And that was one of the first lessons that I learned was that.
Did you originate? Had you been the first mascot to do a funeral?
No, I think that there's probably some costume characters or performers that came and did funerals. And it was the right place to be because you're celebrating this life well lived. And a lot of people that we did funerals for had put in their will, because they were big Phillies fans, I want the Fanatic to come in because I want my funeral to be fun.
It's really quite an honor.
You talked about speaking to kids, and Dave, I'm really curious because my son's 17, and the art of having fun in many respects has been lost to teenagers. They get so, there's so much competition, which school you're going to go to, what are you going to do when you graduate, what trade might you seek. And I read this article recently about the value of camp, right? Summer camp, just going away and being away from everything and being able to decompress and just have fun and enjoy life, right? And how that really makes you a more well-rounded person. Can you talk a little bit about talking to kids and talking to teenagers specifically?
I got the best thing in the world is TMSG, tell me something good. stop asking anybody during your day, hey, how are you doing? Because you've given their brain the permission to dump on you, which they will. That normal conversation, hey, how are you doing? Your brain wants to have the negative imagery and for safety, pre-wired in your head. You say, tell me something good, you've required them to say something completely positive. So what I've talked about with parents, especially young athletes, that you say, hey, tell me something good. They stop, they turn into a human raisin for a few seconds, and then they think, okay, and the response won't be a grunt, hey, how you doing? What'd you do today? I mean, that's my 19-year-old son is still in that area. He's just getting out of it. But you say, tell me something good, watch what happens. And it takes them longer than if you said, tell me something you hate.
Right.
Tell me something that pisses you off. They can get that faster. But you say, tell me something good. And this is the one thing that we hear back, all the keynotes because this is one of those intentional activities that you do daily. It's amazing what it will do for kids, especially when they're struggling with an identity and who they really want to be. And it's fun. It starts this conversation off where everybody shares it.
I wanted to ask you, in all, obviously you have a plethora of stories, and we've had some stories now that are in the sports realm and in the baseball realm that transcend just the gameplay. People throwing up, pitchers throwing, all this stuff. You must have seen a collection of medical events occur on the field. You yourself having a perpetual heat stroke. Does anything come to mind that you saw?
Well, for me, that I thought that I thought it was the end of my life. The four-wheeler was first a three-wheeler, and it was small enough so that main concourse at Veterans Stadium, you could walk inside the seating area all the way around the stadium if you want. So it was perfect. I could drive that four-wheeler and wave at fans, and before the three-wheeler, I couldn't get to certain areas because it took me too long. This was great for fan interaction and to me being everywhere. Well, there was one point, and this is when you could still smoke in the stadium. So I'd stop just above the Phillies bullpen. So there's a railing there that I wouldn't fall into, but there's a drop off there.
Right.
And I had noticed that when I stopped, I smelled gasoline. And I looked and I saw that the cap, which is right between my legs of the gas tank, is leaking gasoline. And I look up and everybody's cheering, and I see this grungy looking guy with a beard, and he's got like about a half inch left of his cigarette. And he took one puff and he's flicking it towards me. And it was like an Alfred Hitchcock movie. I just go, no. And the thing came down and it bumped on the shoulder of a security guard that was there to help.
Jeez.
And all I could think of was, poof.
Yeah.
And they would never forget. They would never forget the fanatic. Hey, you remember that guy in the costume and he blew up in a fireball?
Yeah.
So and there were events all over the place, like whether it was somebody getting a scratch or some sort of a cardiac problem, people deciding that they were up in the upper 700 level. They thought that maybe a blanket would shield them from what they were doing.
Yeah.
My phone would ring. Hey, Dave.
How much of that did you see?
Oh, that was. There is a very famous reel that Video Dan Stevenson, the guy that collected all of the amorous connections. Oh, it will never be seen by the public, but it's one of the greatest videos of all time. I'm sorry, Dan. I hope no one is ringing your phone.
Man, what about you personally in hurting yourself? Because you were doing a lot of athletics, you were running around. It's a big clunky outfit. You had to have hurting yourself.
Yeah,
from time to time.
There were. So again, 13-year-old kids are kind of the toughest audience because they're screaming at you, I know somebody's in there.
Yeah.
And then he gets them, is it a boy or a girl? And their hands grabbing and all. So that
you're getting me too'd.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Literally, me too. But yeah, getting hit there. I mean, every time I see JT or any catcher in baseball, when they get hit and they just go down on their knees, and I go, yeah, but everyone's passion and impassioned and support goes to them. They don't know when a Muppet gets kicked. I have to keep waving. I'm waving and it's crawling off to get out of the way. But really bumps and bruises. I was lucky.
Okay. All right. No
Tom
breaks.
Burgoyne, who's the best friend of the Fanatic now, he's had a broken orbit bone. He's had a couple of back issues.
You never passed out? You talk about being...
I'm
You
sorry.
did?
I did before I knew what I was doing in terms of heat.
Yeah.
And what happens when you get heat stroke, you get goofy, like you're drunk. That's what's dangerous about it. So that happened to me, and fortunately I was right close. It was the day where you'd walk up and down day, and you'd walk up and down the barricades, and I was walking and riding the four-wheeler, and I was just staying out there the whole time, and I just got silly, and they dragged me off, and I remember they took me into the Phillies clubhouse, and I had ice all over me, and they're pouring water on top of me from the shower. God. And that was the time when I realized, well, I gotta pay attention.
You could have checked out.
So a veteran stadium's a divisive topic for some people. I think we're lucky enough to have one of the best ballparks in the country in Citizens Bank Park. But I don't miss the Vet at all. I know some people do. Do you miss Veteran Stadium, Dave?
No, I hate it when they call it a dump. Look, I understand it got antiquated. At the time it was built, it was the pinnacle of the great ballparks, from Three Rivers Stadium in Cincinnati, and it just was a beautiful place. Yes, the field was not the best over time, but it was AstroTurf. It was the first time. I mean, everyone was looking forward to that. Relatively maintenance-free. We're able to get rain out of the way fast. Now all the technology, even with with regular turf fields, they have this great technology for that to happen. But it was new then, and I loved it. It was so awesome. I mean, if a homeless man could find a place to stay and live there for weeks, it's a welcoming home. I mean, come on.
Dave Raymond, by the way, his website is daveraymondspeaks.com if you want to hire him for keynote speaking. And you had mentioned, I'd said the book, The Power of Fun, but it's you're not selling it on Amazon.
No,
how do people get it?
Well, I wrote the book because everyone kept telling me I should write a book. And I sat down and I wrote it, and then I got help from Jimmy Salisbury, who's a great writer. He grew up wanting to be an English teacher, and he said, I want to sit down and help you do this. And I'm very proud of it. And I really created it more for the benefit of my keynote audiences, because they can get it on the website at Dave Raymond Speaks, and it's a take-home version. It just, you can motivate people, and then 20 minutes later, they're back to their lives. So the whole business of keynote speaking is, for the client, how can I engage your people for the next 2-3 weeks? And the book is one of the ways to do it, or our newsletter, which doesn't cost anything.
You had mentioned the Tell Me Something Good, which is cool. It's a great song by Shaka Khan, by the way, as well. But you also brought in these magnetic exclamation points. This is kind of your logo of sorts?
Yeah.
And what does it represent?
Well, the evolution of happiness is the name of the keynote. The power of fun is the process that you follow. There's an exclamation mark. If you notice, it's little green fur. We don't want the fanatic to always take over the conversation because it's silly, wacky, furry. But inside of the fanatic was where all this power was. So that exclamation mark has really blown us away. We don't sell it. I give it to people who are believers, so you are, because you brought me in to talk about this. And my audience can earn it by doing interactives that we do during the keynote. But it's really been amazing to us. And I guess in this business, the smallest thing that you can get for free, and you don't have to do a lot for it, you just have to prove that you're listening. People want it all the time.
We had a similar inspirational item called the poop knife.
We still have a few of those left.
People do not wear them.
I'm surprised I haven't received the poop knife.
We'll get you one.
Okay, great.
We know people.
But people do get inspired by it.
Yes, absolutely. So it just, the thing that I love about it is the stories that I tell where I was learning this without being aware. I had, look, everyone gets visited by the brutality of life. That's part of this deal, is if you can celebrate your suffering, which is counterintuitive, but if you can, because that's where you learn the most, you grow the most, you get more creative. But then when you do that, when life gives you the good stuff, you suck the marrow out of it. You're like,
right.
And the good life is in between that balance. And the fanatic was forced physical fitness and fun, but the feedback I got was gratitude. People thanking me. And being kind and being gratitude are the two most important ways to boost your mood. Because when you're kind, it creates a gratitude loop. If I do something nice to Steve, I don't know why I would do that, just because he's such a wonderful person. I do something nice to him, he'll immediately say thank you, and that creates that loop. These are really simple things.
Yeah.
And practicing takes you 2 minutes a day.
With all the fun and feedback that you got from other people, then I assume that Tommy Lasorda wrote the foreword for the book, right?
Tommy was okay with it until he wasn't. That's the easiest way to tell a 20-minute story. But he was, there were many people, and I'll include Mike Schmidt in this, that would say, Dave, I love you, but I hate that effing fanatic. It was the idea of we don't really need this. So from baseball,
no kidding.
They
Okay.
saw it as sullying the reputation or the experience.
Yeah,
the purity of the game. And all
because it was their whole lives. They spent their whole life working hard at a skill set.
And it was sort of a mockery of it.
Yeah, I think so. But that was a mental attitude, I think, for the most serious. So the ones like Jay Johnstone or Tug McGraw could be great and still understand that it was a game.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to walk into that stadium and forget our problems. Now, I need this more than anybody because I wake up, I want to run down and strangle Topper for not pinch hitting Harper for Cal Stevens. I'm like, so I'm like, I'm going to kill him. And then I go, but at one time Topper was an innocent little child. I don't want to strangle him. So it's the idea of trying to act the way you want to in life and not react to it.
It's funny with this team, this current Phillies team too, Dave, because, the Garrett Stubbs of the world, right? Brandon Marsh or even Bryson Stott, like when they have down periods, and all players have ups and downs, but people love Garrett Stubbs. They love Brandon Marsh. They love Bryson Stott. And it's because they bring joy to the game. When the daycare comes out after a win and does something silly, people respond to that. And that's also genuine. It's not forced. And I think that this city in particular really embraces that type of player and that type of attitude. And you can see it throughout the clubhouse.
Yeah, I agree. And look, one of the reasons why I believe this team has this opportunity to win everything is because they do have a culture. That's not a misstated term in the business of sports. My father was a head football coach. I saw what he did. And when you build a culture where people really care about one another, and Stubbs is a perfect guy. He's one of my favorite players. He's batting under 200.
Right.
I love him. And then yet he'll hit a 3-run walk-off homer. He's done that. And but he enlivens that clubhouse. I mean, Jay Johnstone did it. Tug McGraw did it. Although Tug was just certifiably insane. but he did it in a very fun and friendly way. But you need that. And you don't have that. And you change a couple of those people. And this is why, you see some owners like Jerry Jones that just gets whoever he thinks is the best player and throws in the clubhouse and said, well, that's your job. I'm going to get the best players. And it doesn't work out all the time.
I'm going to go to a quick phone call here, Dave. We have Rose who wanted to comment. Hi, Rose. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Rose. What do you want to share with us?
I just wanted to call in to say thank you. Dave, Raymond, and the Philly Fanatic were a huge part of my family's life for years. So many good memories of him at the ballpark every year for probably 15 years. We had season tickets. And my father was the biggest baseball fan I've ever known. He has since passed. But for the Fanatic's first birthday, he sent the Fanatic a birthday card with a $1 bill in it. And Dave sent the card back with the nicest message inside the card he sent us. And the last line said, "What would a Fanatic do with $1 anyway?" My family still has that.
Oh, that's
and
wonderful.
Still cherished.
Rose, you're my something good for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've had a smile on my face since I heard you on here. And you really have no idea how much you have meant to my family and my childhood.
Thank you. This is exactly
Super
why I'm
sweet.
blessed.
Thank you, Rose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, this is testimony that I'm receiving every single day.
Kind of makes it worth getting caked in the nuts.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes, it does.
Wow.
You're right. Go ahead. Do it. I'm ready.
Well, listen, if you would like to have Dave come and speak at an event, he is available for that. It's what he does now. DaveRaymondSpeaks.com, and the book is titled The Power Fund. So if that's what you're looking for, if you're looking for somebody to pass that message of positivity and including fun in your life, even the serious parts of your life and the more difficult parts of your life, then Dave's your guy. So,
and peppered with great anecdotal,
Thank you.
stories.
Well, and that's the way you engage too. You tell the stories, and then you give them something for them that they can take away from it. And honestly, it's about making the world a better place. Do you think maybe we need that?
Yeah, right.
I mean, let's get November here and out of here so that we can just be able to smile again. And we really believe that's what it is. It's one person starts with themselves. They make the people they love and care about the most feel better. They look at who's doing this and go, hey, I want to have what they're having. And then, your business gets a little bit better wherever you're working. And then that builds the community, and the community makes the world a better place. I really honestly believe that's my whole career has put me to be here to do this because of the feedback I'm getting. I'm in service of the audience, and it's, they're telling me they like it and it's helpful, like Rose, and that's awesome.
Excellent. Awesome. All right, Dave, it's good to see you again. Good luck with everything. DaveRaymondSpeaks.com, and we'll make sure we post that information as well.
Get kicked in the nuts.
Kick him in the nuts, please. We are going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. The Beef Foul is on the way. Stay with us. Notice. A man slumped over at a festival exit with a baby attached to his front on Thursday. As he slowly fell to the side, the anxious man took his baby from him. And Oktoberfest is the largest beer festival in the world, attracting a global audience for its mixture of strong beer, traditional Bavarian food, and fairground rides.
You know who went there this year? Matt Cowper.
Oh, yeah?
So it was sick.
It must have been sick. That's one guy was there. He was getting sick all over the place.
His baby was there, and he was getting sick. It took a lot of people got sick. Because they drank too much and they got sick.
Organizers expect visitors' numbers to hit 6 million again this year. That's crazy.
Cowper said that there are, what it basically is gigantic tents, benches, and that's it.
Yeah.
Drinking.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
And people getting sick.
And people getting sick.
Yeah. How many million?
6 million.
million sick people.
What was that again?
6 million sick people.
Sounds sick. All right, and then we'll do one more story. Man, this is wild. Amazing pictures from the Arctic show an army of more than 230 polar bears feasting on a washed-up whale.
We will control the humans. Our time has come.
After a bowhead whale became stranded and died on Russia's remote Wrangel Island, the extraordinary sight was witnessed by tourists on an Arctic cruise.
Look at all those suckers.
Yeah, a source at Wrangel Island Nature Reserve said there were at least 230 polar bears, including single males, single females, mothers with cubs. Hey, mothers with cubs, even.
Where are you from? Oh, wow. You've got a Russian accent. Yeah, that's great. Do you like whale? Well, let's go over and have a bite.
You could tell her about that time you went to Oktoberfest.
Yeah, it was sick. Everyone got sick. We're eating blubber and drinking beer, and everyone just got sick. What's my name? Cowper Bear.
It's a big singles. It's a big polar bear singles mixer.
You kidding me? It was, there were single males, single females, mothers with cubs, and even 2 mothers with 4 cubs each.
MILF bears. Sick.
Cowper bear.
Cowper bear.
Experts called the
This
site.
is going to be a new thing the kids are going to. Where's my Cowper bear? You can't go to sleep unless you give him his Cowper bear.
Called the sight of so many polar bears together unique.
You pull the string. Sick. Pull it again. Sick. Everyone loves Cowper bear.
Oh,
sick.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Okay. So anyhow, the huge number could, in fact, amount as much of 1% of the entire world's population of the creatures. Yeah, tourists initially thought the bears were a flock of sheep. Sheep.
Sheep are sick.
Although after viewing them from a distance, but as a boat drew closer, the lucky
Those aren't sheep eating that whale.
Vacationers realized that they were what they were witnessing. The mainly Russian tourists had
Just some
to
sheep eating a whale.
depart from a stopover on the island when they spotted the bears.
That seems normal.
Just seems like a flock of sheep eating a whale, the way sheep do.
I think they just saw them on the hillside and they thought they were sheep. One of the things that I've been wanting to do for a little while, I have Kathy and I both share a common ailment. We have lower back pain. We have mildly herniated discs, which causes pressure on the nerves in your back and all this stuff. And our backs hurt all the time. But my neighbor has the same issue, and he's gotten past his problems. And so my neighbor Jaime he had done all these things, and he also goes, oh yeah, and I get acupuncture. And so all of this together has helped completely alleviate it from his life. And I'm like, well, I'm game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do whatever I can to help get rid of this pain. So I've never had acupuncture before. And we're going to stick me with these little needles.
Today!
From Virtua Acupuncture, we want to welcome Heather Schultz to the show this morning. Hey, Heather.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. And how long have you been doing this, by the way?
I've been practicing acupuncture for 7 years.
7 years.
Mhm.
Okay. And let me ask you this about acupuncture. Now, this has to do with the body's nervous system? Or that's what I've always been led to believe?
The acupuncture's effects do have positive effects on the nervous system. It also deals with the muscular skeletal system.
Okay.
And when we put acupuncture needles in you today for pain, it releases your endogenous opioids.
So you're
natural painkillers.
Okay,
that are in
okay.
your body. Well, also we've had some really exciting research lately. It affects brain neuroplasticity. So your brain changes in response to stimulus.
Okay.
And so acupuncture over time can have positive brain changes that help you manage pain better.
Okay. And with that, and with doing it over time, how often should someone get treated? Say somebody like me who has described what my issues are.
So generally we recommend with chronic injuries, you are going to come in once or twice a week in the beginning for a couple of weeks and see what happens. And then you start spacing them out more until you don't need to come in that much.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get in my back and where else?
Hands and feet.
And Casey, can I get some appropriate music for...
Preston, are you encouraged by this? I think because, this could be... I know a number of people have had very good results with this.
Chinese music, by the way, because this is a Chinese art, I believe, or Chinese medicine. Especially my neighbor, because I believe him. He's a smart guy, and he's had pain for years, and he believes this has worked for him. So I'm like, you know what? I will definitely give it a shot. So
he's like the neighborhood Fonzie too, right?
He's so cool.
Acupuncture school.
It's crazy. All right, so I got my shoes off. I can just head over there now.
All right, Preston's going to walk over. We're watching the process, and Preston soon will be pricked all over his body.
All right, and then a question: can I see one of the needles first, please? Let me see the needle. Oh wow!
How far does that go in?
I can almost not even see it. It's so thin. How far in does it go in, Heather?
It depends where you're putting it.
All right.
Okay.
Where are you putting it on me?
I'm putting it in your low back,
Yeah, and how far in will that go?
maybe halfway.
Oh dear God!
That's
That's
fine.
pretty deep.
That's fine. All right. Wait.
doing it.
Heather, does it help to have someone going, oh my God! Oh, just relax. Oh dear Jesus, you're gonna kill him. No, I think it has to be a little bit more supportive,
This is going to
Kathy.
be challenging for you.
It will?
You're gonna bleed him out.
I've tuned those guys out years ago.
Should we dim the lights?
You want to dim the lights?
Let's dim the lights.
All right.
Just a little bit.
All right,
here,
so we'll
Nick.
dim the lights.
I want this to work for Preston.
Me too. All right, so I'm just lying here and I'm waiting for this to happen.
All right, Kathy cannot watch. This is why Kathy was screaming and begging for mercy and telling Preston he was
The
gonna
first
die.
one's in, and I did feel a little pinprick, but it didn't feel like it went in very far.
How long do sessions usually last?
So it's going to take me just a couple minutes to put the needles in.
Okay.
And then I would usually let him hang out for about 25 minutes to let them kind of do their work.
We'll try to give him a good run. We can run the show. Preston can do most of the show. A lot of people don't know. Most of us do the show completely on our stomachs anyway.
Kathy. How much?
How horny are you right now?
How much would it take for me to pay you to get one needle?
Well, listen, if she put it in my back and I couldn't see it, it's having to look at it.
You offer $500?
$500.
Yeah. So Preston, you have a few in your lower back right now.
I didn't even notice.
See, and Heather, this is as it's done. I've seen people do it. There's a little bit of twisting back and forth to move him in slowly, or how's it? How do you manage to do that without him feeling it at all?
The needles are so tiny.
So tiny. Okay.
You can fit 20 to 30 of these needles in the head of a injection needle like you had earlier
okay.
today.
All right.
So, Heather, should I just relax and try to center? Or
Preston, I would
what?
think of things that you enjoy. Think of your family. Think of, I don't know.
Bukkake videos.
Your favorite bong. Bukkake videos.
Favorite bong.
I would think of.
I snorted.
I would think of MILFs.
Oh.
Kay Parker, Preston.
That's old school.
Yeah. I would think of a cup and 2 girls.
Oh, dude.
All right, so how many needles are in now?
9 needles.
9 total so far, yeah.
Are you done putting needles in them?
I was gonna put one on the top of his head.
Please
but
do
his,
it. Do it. He cut his hair extra short.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Now, this is the one, Heather, you said has to be driven in with a hammer, correct?
Wow, on the top of my head.
Yeah.
You feel that one, Preston?
No.
Okay.
Is it already in?
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel that at all.
I'll say this. Do you seem at peace, Preston? I know you usually come in here screaming and throwing things around, and here you're at peace.
I'm enjoying this.
Do you feel anything?
No, I'm just trying to relax, not move, and accidentally roll over and jam these needles all the way into my skin.
Well, as Heather said, this isn't the optimum condition, but if you were to follow up and stay at it, do you have every confidence he would start to experience the benefits of it?
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
He would start to see benefits within a treatment or two.
Within a treatment or two, Preston.
Yeah, and I plan on it. You remember I'd said earlier in the week that I think it would be nice if everybody tried to do one nice thing. I want to thank my buddy Casey here.
What'd he do?
Well, the past few days, I've come into the studio after doing my prep work in the other room here, and then I come in, about 5 minutes before the show starts to get ready to begin, and there has been a nice, piping hot mug of coffee sitting.
Wow.
There. Isn't that
wow?
Isn't that's made my week, dude. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it might make my wake too.
It made your wake.
Hopefully not.
We're just planning ahead because obviously the whole Alabama thing. I mean, who knows?
You never know.
You're flying into a hurricane.
But it made my week. Thank you. Simple little gesture like that.
Today, I was only paying it forward because Steve brought me a nice piping hot cup of coffee as well.
You see? The movement is spreading.
It's like cancer.
Yes.
No, I mean, it's
No.
that's not good. It's like it's a wonderful thing.
Yes. So
It's awesome.
So do that. Have a cup of coffee ready for somebody when they come in today. They'll be so delighted and happy.
Spit in it.
Yeah.
No.
Don't spit in it.
Don't
No,
spit in
it's
it.
it's the wonderful. You feel good when you pay it forward.
And you know what else has been nice?
What?
Kathy's been extra gussied up the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the glasses.
Yeah, maybe it's
you
a
look
different
really,
look
That's
for
a
ya.
sexy look on you.
Jesus.
You looked
thank
much
you.
better yesterday.
Until you just made that face.
You ruined it.
Dear God.
All right, thank you.
Why, thank you. I'm having issues with my contacts, and that's why I'm wearing my glasses.
She smushed her face when she said, thank you.
You do look great in glasses, though.
You do.
If you have people with you have large, you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you.
The glasses look. I think girls with glasses. That whole thing is
It's
BS. I think it's. I think they look. It's a great. When my wife got these great frames, I'm like, keep wearing. They look awesome.
Yeah. I wear glasses every day, but at night, right before bed, where I'm in my house, I don't usually go out in them, but the past couple of days I've been wearing them.
Why not the contacts? Sometimes they irritate after a while.
No, it's called pink eye.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So now we're going to move on to something that I've had in mind for a long time, and now the dream is coming true. I actually have sitting next to me a bag full of vibrators.
Yes.
So if that gives you
Because
any
it's
indication.
Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah, and sometimes someone likes their butt tickled a little.
Well, the best thing was Marissa comes in today and she just walks up next to me. Her desk is directly next to mine. She turns this bag upside down and just dumps 5 vibrators out on the table.
But there's a reason for this madness.
There
and it's
is.
something that has caught your fancy. You saw a video.
I did.
And you
it
said,
was
we got to try this.
Probably a couple of years ago. And I'm like, why have we never done this? So we've actually Casey created this. I said, dude, can you build me this? He said, well, let me look into it. And sure enough, he has done it. We have in our studio a vibrator racetrack. So we're gonna do a live test of this track here in our studio. And if this works, then we'll have an idea of something that we can expand on this,
Okay.
and I'll get you that in a moment. So
We'll expand on dildos.
do you want to try this out?
I do very
All right,
much.
so I'm gonna reach in and just randomly grab one.
Now, you've
and
never met these dildos.
I've never met this. So I grabbed a.
You picked a good one.
Is this a pink one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's
that's
kinda-
yours?
Yeah. So this will be me.
Okay.
And then here. I'm rubbing it on the microphone.
The force is strong with this one.
And we'll do a couple. We'll try a couple of these and see if it's.
I don't want that one.
Just grab one.
Preston, at the adult store, is this the way most people select their stuff?
Yeah.
They reach into a
big
bag.
bag. You reach in. Here you go.
All right, thank you.
I went with this one. You can see it vibrate.
That one's much louder than mine. Hang on.
It's big.
Take it away. This is mine. And then yours.
Okay, Casey has what I would call the hot rod. What color is this? Copper?
Like a maroon.
Nah, like a
Maroon.
burgundy.
Burgundy, yeah.
Burgundy.
I'm not like.
Come on,
Mine is
Kathy.
sort of a happy medium.
All right, Kathy.
There are two
Well,
remaining.
I-
Pick a vibrator.
I feel bad that Marissa can't take part.
Kathy's reaching in. First time ever her hand has been on a vibrator. Oh, she got one that's kind of contoured and has a little curl at the end.
Now, this is a European model, Preston.
Turn that on, Kathy. Let's hear it.
Ooh, that sounds almost nautical.
The two of you just got like turned on, maybe.
No. It sounds like it's singing.
It's like my voice.
Hang on, let me harmonize. Hold on. No. Into the bizarre file. I've talked about the Who's Luau event that we have Valley Beach coming up tomorrow or Thursday night, 6 to 8 p.m. And a little more details on Paradise Island Entertainment.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are going to be putting on the show while they're there. So here's so some of the things we can expect. They have authentic Polynesian dancers directly from the South Pacific Island, live Tahitian drummers and a full band, Samoan fire knife warriors, audience participation in a dance battle to crown the big kahuna of the Preston and Steve Who's Luau.
I'm digging that.
And if you want to see, and you'll get a real taste for it if you check out their social media accounts, but you can check them out. I assume this is Instagram at Paradise Luau Show. And we'll link to that, I'm sure, on WMMR.com.
I love that this is something, you could arrange if you're doing like a party or something or a big gathering or something. You could have this done there.
Yeah, we're talking to Marie from the group, and they can make them as short or as long as you need.
Yeah.
them. And they're amazing.
There's a link to them on our Who's Luau event page on WMR.com. There's also another chance for you to win one of those wristbands.
Yes.
You
So
enter
make sure
online.
And the wristbands come with $25 gift card for food and drink, and also a Valley Forge Casino Resort cooler backpack too. So make sure that you go to WMMR.com and check it all. And of course, it's free. Join us Thursday night.
Come down.
Yep, Valley Forge Casino Resort in the Valley Beach Club. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we'll rattle off a couple of stories for you here. Listen to this. A Georgia couple is suing a healthcare system after they say staff at one of its Atlanta hospitals misplaced a portion of the husband's skull, which had been temporarily removed and later scheduled to be reimplanted.
You think you'd want to keep your eye on that.
Fernando Cluster was admitted to Emory University Hospital in September 2022 and diagnosed with an intraceable hemorrhage or a brain bleed.
Man.
Doctors removed a portion of his skull measuring around 4.7 inches by 5.9 inches to reduce pressure on the brain. After he had healed from the surgery, Cluster was scheduled to have the bone flap reimplanted in early November, but as he was being prepped for the cranioplasty, the complaint states that Emory's staff couldn't identify the bone flap belonging to Cluster.
How many do they have there?
When Emory's personnel went to retrieve it, there were several bone flaps with incomplete or missing patient identification, and therefore Emory could not be certain which, if any of these actually belonged to Mr. Cluster.
Well, they were literally like jigsawing it to see, is this the one?
Fernando and his wife, Melinda, are suing the hospital and unnamed staff for negligence, claiming that the loss of the bone flap resulted in extensive damages, including ongoing physical and emotional pain and suffering and unnecessary medical bills.
We're looking at a picture of the guy that is half his head is caved in.
Yeah, hospitals.
That was my skull.
Hospital staff ultimately told Fernando that his bone flap couldn't be found and that the surgery had to be canceled until a synthetic flap could be made. And
how do you lead into that conversation? Funny thing happened.
Yeah. And we've seen people get this type of surgery done before, and it literally looks like a slightly deflated, volleyball or something like that. He underwent surgery to have the synthetic bone flap implanted and was charged for its cost and the extra time that he had to stay in the hospital. He suffered an infection with the synthetic flap therefore necessitating an additional surgery. The medical expenses total more than $146,800.
He shouldn't be on the hook for that.
Yeah, the cluster's lawsuit seeks compensation for their injuries and damages as well.
It was classically a cluster F.
A Colorado man has been charged with strangulation and child abuse after allegedly grabbing a teen by the neck and throwing him on the floor of an In-N-Out burger as the teen was apologizing for splashing water on a woman. The 55-year-old man surrendered to police on Tuesday. His bail was set at $75,000. Officers were called to the restaurant at about 1 a.m. A 15-year-old boy told officers he and two friends were splashing water on one another when a woman was accidentally splashed. The teen approached her table to apologize when the man grabbed him and started to strangle him. The man and woman left the restaurant by the time officers arrived.
I saw this footage. It's pretty wild.
Officers reviewed videos of the incident and witnesses identified the suspect. So, dude is facing some serious charges.
I heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, if this is verified, but that the guy is one of the muckety mucks at In-N-Out.
Now, that I didn't see
the guy
in the
who
story.
freaked out? Yeah.
I don't know. A Russian tourist who allegedly tried to rape a cow was gored by the animal and had to be rescued by Thai police.
Could have been another catastrophe.
Come on.
Evgeny Kushinov.
You're looking good tonight.
Is said to have stripped off and sidled over to a male bull before turning his attention to a female tied to a wooden fence.
Don't mind if I do.
The vacationer allegedly tried to mount the cow, only for her to react violently, pinning him to the ground and goring him.
It's okay. I'm not lactose intolerant.
Concerned locals who suspected the Russian was up to no good when they saw him prowling naked.
What, just because I was humping this cow?
Had already called police. They also heard his cries for help while being attacked and stood next to him as they waited for officers to arrive.
I would have loved to have heard that explanation.
Footage shows Kovazhinov lying on the ground without any clothes as the cow attacks him.
I was simply having sex with this cow and it attacked me.
Police and paramedics arrived at the scene and carried the Russian away on a stretcher. He was taken to the hospital to be treated for wounds on his ass and abrasions all over his body. A paramedic said that they suspected that he had been trying to have sex with the cow. They said the way we found him, his action suggests he was trying to do something dirty with the cow, that he was trying to have sex with her.
So we've had two bestiality stories.
Yep.
One per bizarre file. It seems to be on the increase, doesn't it?
I split them up on purpose.
Yeah.
A patient at the Rocky Mountain Regional VA Medical Center in Aurora died last year after a hospital staff member turned off their notification device, alerting them to the veteran's rapidly declining condition.
Oh, man.
An investigation found that a telemetry medical instrument technician missed several red alarms concerning the patient's oxygenation levels. By the time clinicians arrived, the individual was unresponsive and pulseless. Telemetry remotely measures and collects clinical data, including respiratory rate, pulse rate, oxygen saturation, and blood pressure. Technicians receive alerts depending on patients' conditions and are supposed to alert nurses in the event of rapid changes. Hospital staff told investigators this technician regularly changed patient alarm settings and placed communication devices on Do Not Disturb.
There's a Do Not Disturb option?
For long periods of time. Can you believe this?
What's the purpose of having the things?
Leadership became aware of technicians not adhering to alarm monitoring expectations. Brass at the time provided education in staff meetings and issued a letter of expectations.
It's enough to make you want to hump a cow.
A nurse manager told investigators that they had completed audits of alarm monitoring and a few times a month, but they could not provide any records to investigators. Hospital staff did not file a patient safety report for the patient death, and a mission one manager called extremely surprising. So obviously,
wow, he's really torn up about that.
Obviously, leadership after the incidents removed the technicians from the patient care. But yeah, they put it. Let's put this. I don't feel like being bothered right now.
This is beeping and the buttons.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Yep. All right, we will take a break. A reminder, today is Tattoo Tuesday, so if you haven't done it yet, text word tattoo to 39333 because we're going to give away a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. You get to choose your Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. If you'd like to check out Floating World's artwork, just go to floatingworldtattoos.com or you can go to Instagram at Floating World Tattoos and find some of their designs and get an idea of what you might like to have. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us. I'm playing chords on the guitar. It's a D.
Yeah.
All right, stop. Hold on. Ready? Play them.
What is it? That's very cool.
All right, Nick. Pull yours up.
All right, so in typical McElwain fashion, I got the skinny pink one.
Yeah, you did. You got the littlest one.
This will get the job done fast.
Hey, let's go racing, fellas.
Yeah!
Boogity, boogity, boogity. All right, so take your chosen vibrator over to the tracks. We have to turn them all on. All right, they're placing them on the track. Go. I'll call the race. Ready, and 3, 2, 1, begin. And they're off. Steves is taking off down the middle. Steves already crossed the finish line. In second place is, who was that?
Casey!
Casey came in second, followed by Nick McElwain, third. Look at me. Kathy Romano is fourth, and mine is not even halfway down yet.
Oh, my God.
That
a
is
despicable display.
It's still just taking its time.
Where's Kathy?
Kathy's finished.
Wow.
Here comes mine rattling down. Still not across the finish line yet in 3, 2, 1, and there it is.
Oh,
wow.
Preston, does yours have the most girth?
No. Casey's does.
Surprisingly.
Let's put him back up on the track again, and we'll try. I'll turn the mic back up over there.
You're out!
Yeah, it's too fast.
It's too fast?
Man, do I know how to pick a fast dildo, though.
Get him in place.
Oh, my God. Preston, we've been to both the Poconos and Daytona.
And Dover.
That same sense of excitement.
All right, we got him lined up. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Let's go racing. And here we go. Now we got a race.
Oh, man.
Casey's is off to the lead, but it's neck and neck. Nick McElwain is pulling ahead.
Come on!
And it's taken a full length lead at this point, but you never know what might happen towards the end. Nick is still headed towards the finish line. He's just about there. Casey's slowed down considerably. Nick, our winner.
Woo!
All right, now it's neck and neck for third
Head
and
and head.
fourth. It's head and head.
Kathy is making way here.
Casey's is coming up, and Kathy's is slowly catching mine, which has now trailed the third place. All right, Casey came in second. Kathy looks like she's going to take. I'm going to come in last place again.
Again?
Man. Look at this. And Kathy in fourth.
All right.
Me in last place. Son of a bitch.
Now,
I want a new dildo. All right, our next guest is ready to go. Man, we've had so many people here in the studio, and we saved the rock and roll for last because it's rock and roll time late in the show. But we're happy to have him here this morning performing at the TLA tonight. Please welcome Andrew W.K.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah. As I said, rock and roll time, early in the morning.
You build up to it. Yeah, you build up. It's sort of a way of calibrating your system. And it has been quite a lineup. I've been enjoying the preview tweets and posts that you guys have been putting up. So I feel very privileged to be included in such an illustrious group of folks.
It is pretty amazing. But there's been a great deal of excitement about you. And you have a very loyal fan base. And that's got to be very rewarding, right?
Well, we're all in this party together, and I certainly don't take it for granted that there are other folks that identify with this celebratory attitude, and we're all looking for the same thing, that kind of enthusiasm, that kind of joy, that kind of party fuel that helps you get through each day and make the most of it.
Well, listen, I think it is a huge badge of honor when you have reached a point in your career when you've actually become a Halloween costume.
Yes, and I designed it that way to make it very easy. As you can see, anyone can find a white T-shirt. The white jeans can be a little harder to find, but they're not always that hard. Even painter's pants will do if you don't have anything else. And if you throw on a wig and a bloody nose, and you're good to go.
But generally, you go with denim for the pants?
I do.
White denim?
Yes, the denim is durable. And I need durability. I need support. I need that harder, thicker fabric.
And denim absolutely serves that bill. So.
It does. It really does.
The costume is cool enough that people in the know, you can kind of say, okay, they know. And other people have no clue. So you can break up the crowd immediately.
Yes. It's a litmus test for partiers.
Right.
Yeah. I used to wear white pants all the time when I was
Did you?
Yes.
You and
They
Mr.
weren't-
Rourke.
They weren't denim. They were just like, whatever kind of fabric, cotton or something like that. But
I can't because like 9 times out of 10 I'm walking around with skid marks and I
No,
just
that's the
can't
point.
let them. Oh.
That's the whole. Those are the hard-earned party stains. You got to showcase those proudly.
They're like bruises, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that. We wanted to welcome somebody else here into the studio because she's a massive fan. She produces our afternoon show, so she came in very, very early for this. Sarah Parker is here with us this morning.
Hi.
And Sarah made it a point to be here nice and early in the morning. What is it you love about Andrew WK?
Oh my gosh, the fact that he is so very positive, especially nowadays. So many crappy things are happening in this world, right? You look at the news and you just get upset, but Andrew is the shining light of positivity. So I'm thinking that perhaps you should explain what partying means to you, because someone who's not familiar with Andrew WK might think that's just drinking all the time. So what does partying mean to you?
Well, it certainly could mean drinking all the time for someone. I'm not really here to tell someone what it is. I guess I chose that word because I thought it was actually something that everyone did understand, that everyone was familiar with that. It didn't take a lot of explanation or elaboration, that a 4-year-old or a 94-year-old, I should say a 93-year-old or a 33-year-old, they all understand in some way how to enjoy the fact that they're not dead. And that's really the beginning and the end of the party mindset. You can apply it as vastly or as simply as possible.
There's a great video of Andrew. If you haven't seen it on YouTube, you can find it. He's being interviewed, and the interview is asking a pretty long, drawn-out question. And in that time, Andrew's face contorts into a scowl of sorts, and then you answer the question very quickly. And it's hilarious. It's got over like 3 million views. But are you, faces? Is that something you were always good at as a kid? Were you making
Gurning?
Yeah.
Yeah, hamming it up. I mean, the face is a very fun thing if you can control it. I don't have complete control. I think in that video you're talking about, maybe some kind of demon took control of my face. But
very much so.
Let them have at it.
Let them out.
Yeah, let them have their fun with my face.
You seem to be obsessed with pizza.
Well, who isn't really? I mean, even the person who hates pizza the most, they still are engaged in the phenomenon.
You have a guitar look like a pizza slice.
I have a pizza slice guitar.
Which is pretty badass.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the great folks at ESP Guitars for making it for me.
Yeah, very nice.
And we just made another one, too.
Yeah, a taco guitar, right?
That's right. Yes. Literally, it's just days old. It's still a very fresh. Yeah, I've only played it, I think, maybe 5 times now on stage. We just got it during this tour.
Okay. Hey, Andrew, with your signature look, the whites and the bloody nose, did the bloody nose happen by accident at some point? And then you were like, hey, that looks kind of cool.
That was part of the initial vision I was presented with, so I executed that in a rather painful way. But I have gotten bloody noses on stage by accident, much to my dismay.
Right.
Most of them were accidentally self-inflicted, meaning I kicked myself in my own face. When I was trying to do a very impressive high kick in New Orleans, for example, I saw a friend in the crowd I hadn't seen in years. I said, I'm going to really blow his mind. I'm going to do the highest kick of all. And it was so high that I almost kicked through my own head.
Wow.
But I got a bloody nose. I did break my nose that night as well, which, as you can imagine, is rather painful. But the adrenaline got going and the blood started flowing, and people thought it was all just part of the show.
Hey, listen, man, thanks for getting up early and stopping by. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about partying.
Of course. Have a great time in Philadelphia. Andrew WK, friend. We love this guy who's in our studio. He's a great guest. He's a great star, and he's got a film that he is promoting. It's coming up on Netflix, and it is called Wheelman. Let's welcome him back to our studio, Frank Grillo.
Awesome.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah, I miss you guys.
We miss you as well, bud.
You came in and you blew us away the first time we had you in the studio. Great stories and full of energy. And we, obviously you were attached to something. We were just, it was the Purge and obviously the Marvel Universe as well. Got to tell you, man, the Wheelman is a solid movie.
Yeah, you saw it?
I did see it on we got the advance. It's going to be on Netflix, which is turning out to be Valhalla for these kind of films.
It's amazing. I mean, this film, cost $5 million. My buddy Joe Carnahan and I.
Joe Carnahan is the Gray.
Yeah, the Gray and Smoking.
It's Preston and Steve Show. 13 minutes after 10 o'clock on a Tuesday morning. Zipping on by. Beautiful day today. A little bit of clouds right now here in the Valley Kenwood area, but we're calling for mostly sunny skies and a high temperature at a kind of a cool feeling 73 degrees.
That's pretty wild.
Tomorrow's high 74. Thursday for the Who's Lou Hour, high temp is 78 degrees. That's fantastic.
As you said, it's going to feel like you're getting sort of that Hawaiian breeze, the famous breeze.
The trade winds.
Yes.
Yeah, so be a part of that event at Valley Forge Casino Resort. It is free of charge, and we would love to have you there. All right, we're going to give something away. We have a lesson question today. We are going to give away a pair of tickets to see Kevin Hart. The Acting My Age tour is going to be Thursday, December 5th at the Met. How about that? If you get this correct, you can get the tickets. My question for you is, who was Moses' first wife? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. Who was Moses' first wife? We found this out around 8:30 this morning. Call if you know the answer. While you're calling, we will do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. They can help you with any unexpected plumbing issues this summer. Get expert plumbing repairs or replacements fast. Horizon Services, help is on the way. What's up, Steve?
Well, Haley Welch, a.k.a. the Hawk Tuah girl, has turned down a date request from rapper Young Gravy, saying he's not her type. Amazingly, Hawk Tuah says her current crush is Slurp Gulp, who used to date Young Gravy's ex, Wet Fart.
Oh.
Yeah. On to this story. The original contract Al Pacino signed for his iconic role, this is pretty amazing, as Michael Corleone in The Godfather Part 2, just sold at auction for $32,000. In the contract dated May 12, 1972, Pacino is guaranteed $500,000 and the promise of an on-set bounce house.
Rattlers!
And finally, the brother of Vanderpump Rules star Ariana Madix was arrested in Orlando airport with 100 pounds of pot in his luggage. Ironically, the charge to check that luggage ended up being more than the street value of the pot. That's your Hollywood show.
All right, thank you, Steve. We shall see if you were paying attention this morning and were you listening around 8:30, because we found out then who Moses' first wife was.
Amazing.
And we're going to go to the phones, and our first caller in is Steve, so we're going to go to him. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right, Steve, who was Moses' first wife?
I believe it was in the book of Genesis that it was Beverly.
Beverly! Hey, that is correct. Hang on, Steve. We have for you a pair of tickets to see Mr. Kevin Hart. Acting My Age tour is going to be Thursday, December 5th at the Met in Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. All right, music.
Beverly. Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, let's get to this. We'll start with Blink-182. The reunion isn't over. They are releasing 8 new songs as part of the new deluxe edition of last year's One More Time reunion album. New songs include Every Other Weekend, No Fun, Can't Go Back, Everyone Everywhere, One Night Stand, Take Me In, and If You Never Left. The final new song on the list is All in My Head, and that's being released as a single on Friday.
Incredibly prolific these days.
Be able to hear more about them then. Coldplay's Music of the Spheres tour has now become the highest grossing rock tour ever.
Wow.
Earning an insane $945.7 million and selling over 8.8 million tickets since it started in March of 22. Yeah.
That's staggering.
It passes Elton John's Farewell Yellow Brick Road tour. That grossed $939 million, so it just eked past that. That was from 2018 to 2023. Coldplay is on track to potentially become the first rock band to exceed $1 billion in revenue from a single tour and sell over 10 million tickets.
How long has the tour been going on?
Let's see. I think I said it started in March 2022.
22.
Until then now.
Yeah, I saw it 2 summers ago at the Link.
Isn't that
Yeah.
crazy?
Yeah,
That's
just keeps going.
Pink did that this weekend. Her tour when she was here at the Link was the same tour when she was at Citizens Bank.
Really?
But it's like it is the same tour, but she changed it up. Like a lot, her whole set design was different. I don't know about the lineup, but
I don't know if it's the norm, but I mean, tours going on for years and years seems to be, maybe that was always the case and I was just unaware of it, but it seems Like they go on forever these days.
No, there used to be a time when it was pretty limited. They'd crank it because they'd take time off and then they'd write a whole album.
Right,
And that would sometimes take a couple of years, and then they go out and they tour behind that, and then they get back to writing again. And so now it's different with the way the songs are released. You don't release all albums, so the whole system is way different.
It's perpetual touring.
So they still, by the way, Coldplay trail behind U2 and the Rolling Stones in overall career tour earnings. Coldplay's new album, Moon Music, is set to be released on October 4th. Well, it's been a while since we've had new music from the band live, but that now reset to zero. That counter is set to re-zero. Ed Kowalczyk said in an announcement for the release of a new single called Lady Bang, She Got Me Rollin', that lyrically it is the last cocktail before closing time, that final lap of a race that's gone on too long. The band isn't just sitting in the studio enjoying hitting speakers with new music either. They are going on a nationwide tour with Stone Temple Pilots as well. And then finally, Niagara Falls now features Gene Simmons Boulevard.
What? What's the correlation there?
Took a trip to Niagara Falls, New York for a special ceremony on Sunday where Mayor Robert Restano presented him with two things: the key to the city and an announcement that a part of Main Street had been renamed Gene Simmons Boulevard.
Thank you for parading down Gene Simmons Boulevard. As you walk, allow me to regale you with stories of chicken.
The renaming was to recognize what the mayor said was a significant investment in the local business community through a partnership with Rocksteady Sodas.
So that's what he's done?
I guess so.
Wow. Okay.
It's an honor.
He
but
basically bought a street.
Well, but not forever. The renaming of the street is just temporary.
Suck it.
But he got a key to the city, so maybe he's happy about that. And how about a Gene Simmons Chia Head? Is that real?
That's real.
Oh, my God.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's fantastic.
You like it? It looks good, right?
I love it. All right, and that's all I have in music news for you. We have a guest, a last-second guest who's jumping in here with us because today's his last day.
Bittersweet.
One of our interns we have to say goodbye to. We try to at least give a moment if they haven't had a chance to get on the mic by the end of it to say something. So this is intern Max.
Hey!
Max is leaving. Oh, boo.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Yo, man.
Thank you so
Oh, our pleasure. Well, I was going to ask you, first of all, so for those who don't know about you, where do you go to school?
Absolutely, yeah. So I am currently at Loyola University, Maryland, down in Baltimore.
Sure.
Yeah.
And what? How many years now have you been at Loyola?
Just one.
Okay.
Just one. Yeah.
So you're going into your freshman year?
Sophomore.
Oh, sophomore.
Year,
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Going
Freshman,
on
yes, of
sophomore
course.
What have you
Yeah.
been studying, by the way?
I am studying communications there, sort of like broadcasting. So
Yeah.
this has been such a great experience. It's
That's
been really,
awesome.
really cool. Yeah.
What do you think you want to do with it?
I would love to go into like broadcasting, go into like news or like, radio. So this has been so much up my alley.
So a bit
It's
of
been lot
journalism,
fun.
perhaps,
Yeah,
as well?
yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Are you hoping to be on the personality side of things or on the reporting or
More personality side of
All
things,
right.
but just being involved in the industry has been
Nice.
super cool. Like even just getting to like run the cameras and stuff like that has
Yeah.
been awesome. Yeah.
Cool, yeah.
Were you at? Did you come down to Keenan's for the live broadcast?
I did not,
You weren't there for
unfortunately. No,
All
I
right.
was not there. For
That would have corrupted you. Yeah.
Max, you are a stage actor too, correct? You're
I am, yes,
involved in
yeah.
plays?
I used to do theater. It's funny, at my high school, St. Joe's Prep, I'm from the Philadelphia area. I did shows there, and I did a show with Casey Boy, Casey's daughter.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to ask. I'm sure you and Casey have talked about the prep quite a bit.
Yeah. It's funny. I actually used to listen to the show with my buddy Anthony driving into the prep. So it's sort of a full circle moment being able to now talk on it.
Wow.
Did you enjoy hearing Casey antics as your?
I love him. He's great. He's awesome. Yeah, he's a super cool guy.
Yes.
When do you go? When does school start up in Loyola?
Yeah, so I move in 1 week. So I'm getting all my
It's
stuff
exciting.
together. It's very exciting. Yeah, I'm
Yes,
happy
yeah.
to be back, happy to go back, but I'll miss it here. It's really cool. Been an
Well,
awesome
you're
experience.
always part of the family.
Yes, thank you so
Yeah.
much. I really appreciate it.
And we appreciate all the help, man. So best of luck with everything, and we wish you nothing but success.
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys.
Oh, and we have to play our this is when we say goodbye to the young ones when they leave the nest.
So quickly.
Yes, they do.
A song
Here's a
that
Gene
was
Simmons Chia Pet.
saying goodbye with a song that was written before they were born.
Way before. All right, we are taking a break. We're coming back in a second. We're wrapping up the program. When we return, I'll tell you about the Word of the Week prize, and we'll get that letter. Stay with us.
And narc, and
love his stuff.
Yeah, he's great. So we're partners with this company, War Party, and we made this movie for like $5.5 million,
which is insane because but that's the deal. You're producing this movie.
Yeah,
is your first
and really we boots on the ground, like we produced the movie.
Yeah, so you did it in Boston.
In Boston,
okay,
at night.
That's a point I want to make about this movie, which makes it so unique. You have the first-time director Jeremy Rush, who wrote the screenplay.
By the way, the guy was a PA for 13 years. Right. Never directed anything.
This idea that he has, which is very cool. That so you're in this car and you're a wheelman. You're a driver for hire for criminals.
Right.
You're going to go on this, you take these guys out, they're going to rob a bank, but you get this call. The guys, when they get back in the car, are going to kill you. And now there's this stuff, and you're off and running, and it has everything I love about a period of time in Hollywood, 70s movies.
That's it.
Like a high.
Wait a minute. Did you talk to somebody?
No, but you when you turn badass, there's a scene where you grab a guy, you pull up. But to get back to my original point, there's angles from the car. When you leave the car, a lot of times you're seeing you through the windshield, and you're hearing. And you bring the guy back, and so the car itself is a character in the thing, and so you have your claustrophobia, but it's also your one way of getting away from the crap.
Yeah.
And there are angles and stuff that I thought were just really brilliant for a first-time director. I'm like,
yeah, that was all him too. This guy was knocking on trailer doors for 13 years and writing scripts, and he sent it to Carnahan, and Carnahan read it. And gave him some notes, and they started dialogue, and he sent it to me, and I was like, man, this is really interesting. Like, this could be really bad or really good. We brought it to our agency. They brought it to Cannes, and Netflix bought it like the next day, and we were making the movie in a month and a half. That guy was knocking on doors for 13 years.
But it took like
if not for Joe Carnahan, it wouldn't have happened.
What did you not anticipate being a producer of a movie that caught you off guard?
At one point, this movie was going to be 23 days, which is kind of Herculean in itself. And we were like, I think we could save money. Let's make it 19 days. So I shot like 35 pages of dialogue the last 2 days of the film.
Wow.
So we could save like $11.
Well, because you're on the other side of the the check now, and you're now to save. As an actor, you might piss him on as I need a little bit more time or whatever. On the producer side, he's just saying, can we do this for cheaper? I have to bring this up too. Doing the research on this movie, Wolf Warrior 2, which is, explain where this is. Now, we have not heard much about this movie.
No, because it's not in America.
But globally.
How about this? So I do a movie in China last year, right? And it's a big deal because you want a Chinese kind of presence. But there had been Wolf Warrior 1, it was very successful, made like $100 million. And they paid me a lot of money to go to China. Joe and Anthony Russo produced it. They're the directors of Captain America.
Yeah.
They said, go do this. It's our whole stunt crew is going to really... And so I went and did it and made a ton of money. The movie's going to make $1 billion.
Oh, my God.
It's like the highest... It is the second highest domestic grossing film ever behind Star Wars. Yeah,
what?
And I play a character named Big Daddy. I'm the bad American.
Yeah.
Wait, you have to see the jacket I'm wearing.
All right, we're looking at the
show it.
We're looking at the trailer.
This was all shot in China, by the way. I am, and I'm going to say this on the radio, the biggest American star.
in China.
Yeah, this movie is a phenomenon.
I was reading the numbers on it, like surpassing.
Yeah,
you got to realize globally where this movie falls into the list.
We live in this tiny little bubble in the United States, right? And there's I mean, there are more people in China, meaning there's more money to be made, I guess, over there.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens, and they talk about you opening up in other markets and so on and so forth. Their movie opens up in India and does well. The Bollywood, is
yeah. I mean, this is literally the second. This is only behind Star Wars. So like Joe Russo called me and goes, "You are a unicorn now in China. We're gonna go make Lethal Weapon. It's with you and a Chinese movie star. We're gonna go do Lethal Weapon next year."
So when you play a bad guy and you're known for you're sort of a bad guy, and
I played it campy, like I was
over the top.
Oh yeah,
oh,
I was
that's
in China. I didn't think anybody was going to see it. I was like Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman. Hoo-ah!
That's great.
Look, that's Big Daddy.
Oh man!
Yeah, I represent everything bad about the world.
Wow. Hey, where did you guys shoot for Captain America: Civil War? Was that in Africa?
Part of it was in. I think part of it was in Africa. I didn't. I was always in Atlanta.
And by the way, Crossbones is not dead.
Is he dead?
Oh no. He seems dead.
Come on, man.
He seems dead.
Dude,
Seems dead.
I was just down at Marvel, with every said nobody mentioned that he wasn't dead. He's dead.
They don't. That's one of the.
I think he's definitely dead.
He's definitely dead. He's dead. Man.
That
he's
uniform's too freaking
No,
cool.
he's dead. I know. So, I'm too old. Listen, I think at some point they're gonna have to change the Avengers. They're getting a little long in the tooth.
Can I ask a question?
When they first get their AARP card,
I had a question about your scene in Civil War.
Yeah.
The spit on the side of your mouth. Was that makeup spit or was that your?
No, it's real spit. I have it right now. I get excited. I'm really sweating right now.
That's got to be wild, though. Just listen. You are part of one of the greatest movie fights ever filmed.
Yeah.
That elevator fight, which we know you had a lot of sway over.
Yeah.
I can watch that over and over. That's got to be a sense of pride for you.
It's fun. It's so fun.
And knowing also now that you could just demolish Chris Evans.
He's so skinny now. I just saw him. He's so beautiful. But I was with all of they were all there. Every Marvel character was assembled. It was like 45 people. Like I'm sitting with Cheadle and William Hurt. You don't realize how many people have been in those movies. It's amazing. Yeah.
Wow. I think I would cry if I was
I
in
cried.
the presence of all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it was fascinating.
All right, let's hear it for Frank Grillo. Regis Philbin did not like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittnys, and 3 real estate agents.
I'm Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey,
of
would
The
this show
Bachelor.
work with ugly people? I mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
No one wants
lesser
to see-
network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22.
Yeah,
and I don't know how many
it's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine that Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat.
Or Booger.
Yes. Something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
Yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes.
That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
You know, it's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandowski Jr., you got ripped off on that season.
I would like to do a big thank you to Marissa Magnotta, who has been filling in for Casey. Casey has been driving with his oldest to head off to college. First child headed off to college and heading out of state, and so they took a driving trip. I'm sure we'll hear about that tomorrow when he gets back, but they were driving out and he's flying back or leaving. I guess they rented a vehicle or something like that. And
So a couple pictures.
Yeah,
Everything's looking, it's got to be a wonderful, sort of a double-edged sword.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
Is
Little
Jackie
sadness.
Bam Bam with him?
Jackie was the
perfect.
navigator. Yeah, for the whole thing.
I wanted to go too.
But Marissa, thank you for filling in. Appreciate
Aw,
that.
thank Well you, done, guys. well
Great
done.
job.
Thank you. Big shoes.
Thank you to Mr. Dave Raymond,
Yes.
the original Philly fanatic who was on our show earlier today. And he's a great keynote speaker, positive energy. And if you would like someone to come and speak at your gathering or event or place of business or whatever it is, you can go to DaveRaymondSpeaks.com. Super nice guy. It was wonderful talking to him. How are you doing, Pierre Robert?
Fine, thank you.
Excellent.
You know, it's a little nippy outside.
It is, just a tiny bit cool.
It's like I got it. I said, what is this sensation? And it was coolness.
Yeah.
And then the temperature gauge in my automobile said 66 degrees.
Wow.
Just now. So,
On the way over here. No kidding.
Yeah, it's not going to hit the high until later on, which is 73 today, right?
Yeah.
No, actually, it's going to keep dropping. They're expecting a half a foot of snow
Half a foot of
tonight,
snow.
and then another foot tomorrow morning. So do bundle up.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Do you like? It's a nice little reprieve, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure the heat will return, but it was just sort of shocking.
Yes.
All right. Well, one of the things we need to do real quick, Pierre, is we have to get a winner for Tattoo Tuesday, so we're going to do that right now. All right. Our winner is Miss Dana Picante of Blackwood, New Jersey. And Dana's going to get a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And if you would like to take a look at their artwork, it's very simple. Go to floatingworldtattoos.com, or even better, head to their location, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. But you can also see them on Instagram, too. So thank you, Floating World Tattoos, and congratulations to Dana, our winner. We are going to get our letter today real quick. Very cool thing with Ed Roland and Collective Soul as they pointed you out in the crowd. We saw a video of that.
Yeah,
Must have
it
been
was
pretty
amazing.
awesome.
Casey sent me a video of it. I didn't even know he was at the show.
He wasn't. His cousin was.
Oh. Is the cousin's name Casey, too?
No.
Okay.
But Casey must
But
have
Casey
sent it,
got it and sent it to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. At any rate, yes, it was a lovely thing. Amazing. Mind-blowing. Made me cry. So it was quite sweet.
Excellent.
Did you have any idea it was coming?
I mean, sometimes, Ed would shout out MMR or something.
Sorry.
But he saw me right when he came on stage and, gave a hand over his heart thing. And
Any interaction before the show? Because I know
No.
you got the guitar sent to you last week, which was really cool.
Right. Afterwards, though, got to hang with him for a little bit. And then they said, come out and say hello to Hootie. And the only one I know is Darius Rucker.
Yeah, that's Hootie. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't know any of the rest of the band.
They're the Blowfish.
Forgive me.
And he's the Hootie.
Yeah, right. If I saw them in the supermarket. But they had on the loading dock in Camden table with all these shots set up. And there was at least 30 shots in order. There was a row of bourbons, a row of tequila, a row of whiskey, a row of vodka, and there was 20 people out on the dock, Hootie and Collective Soul and anyone else that was nearby. And then eventually everyone grabs a shot and somebody yells something and they do it. And then Hootie goes on stage and Collective Soul goes back to their dressing room. But I was thinking I should yell, "The Dolphins make me cry." But I don't think it would have been appropriate.
But wow, I didn't. This whole big shot table just sitting there for
I sense that. I hope I'm not giving any secrets away, but I sense it's probably before every show that the two bands are doing together.
Wow.
Collective Soul finishes, goes to their dressing room while the stage is being set up. Hootie gets ready, and they're going on, and then. The whistle blows and everyone goes to the loading dock and does shots and then takes the stage.
Jeez.
I think we should all do shots.
Before your show, at the end of our show, going into your show.
I think
every day.
That's not gonna work out.
I don't know how that will do, but we'll see.
All right.
Anyway.
We could always use some new traditions around
We
here.
could.
Yeah. All right. One that we're going to stick with is you giving us the letter of the day. You ready?
Yes.
All right. Here we go. Come on.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
T is in tequila.
Ooh, that's good. And we are going to give away our Word of the Week prize on Friday. It is a meet and greet and a pair of front row tickets to Incubus. Tuesday, August 27th at the Wells Fargo Center, performing the 2001 album Morning View in its entirety, and with Coheed and Cambria on the bill as well. So it's pretty cool. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, so obviously we'll give that away on Friday. Get yourself set for that. What's happening on the program today?
We have Robert Plant for his birthday, do a big block of his solo material, which is really quite good in and of itself. And it's also National Radio Day, so we'll do a giant block of radio songs. And we'll have more tickets for that Last Waltz coming to the Met in November.
Interesting thing, if I'm sure you may play radio song from REM. KRS-One is the rapper on that, and today is his birthday.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Is he a DJ?
Is he a DJ?
Who's KRS-One?
So in the middle of the song Radio Song by REM, there's a rapper that comes on, and his name is KRS-One.
Oh, okay.
That's his birthday today.
I did not know that.
It's all good. Let's see. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin'. Preston Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. And by Manhattan Bagel. Try the new French toast egg sandwich at Manhattan Bagel today. Tomorrow's program, Casey will be back, and we will have Chris Daughtry on the show as well.
He's now our bud.
He's like a regular on our program. Yeah. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.